Welcome back, folks. It is day 273. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は273日目です。Welcome, welcome. We are wrapping up Unit 70. No time to waste like the present. It's the day before American Thanksgiving. I'll be away for tomorrow, dealing with some Thanksgiving dinner. Hopefully, those who observe, they are also going to enjoy their Thanksgiving. And maybe some shopping the following day. Who knows? Alright, let's get right into our recall, shall we? さあ、始めましょう。Okay. I'm still getting used to the spacing in my writing implement here. Right. How it feels the second day. It's okay. The Unit 70 health started by body parts, right? Atama. Ami. Kao. Me. Megane. Megane. Still a little bit shaky. Mimi. Anna. Anna. Kuchi. Ah. Oof. Higaku. Higaku. Harada. Harada. They're too far apart. One's gotta look a little bit better. Trying to, anyways. Okay. Se. Senaka. E. Ashi. Kaze. Hey Maku, do you ever have this problem when you watch a Chinese Japanese anime, you try and translate everything they're saying or the words? I do not. I tend to pick up whatever it is that I can pick up on the fly. Maybe because I've been doing it most of my life, so it's a normal thing for me to do. Oof. I need to find a better position for my hand. Yeah, I typically don't do that. I think it's a very relatively relatable experience though. Does it? To elaborate a little bit. I pick up a word and then try to follow whatever is after. And if I lose track, I look for the next word. So whether it's if you take the little bits and they're out of context or something, you gather the meaning with whatever context you can pick up. So what I mean is you take as large, well, I listen and I take as large units as I can, but starting from a point that I hear. So like, say the person said their entire sentence, right? I'm not telling myself, okay, I missed the first part of the sentence. However, this is probably what's going to come up in Japanese quite a bit if you're used to using English. It's like, oh yeah, I missed the beginning part. What is the end of the part? Oh, okay, I'm listening for predicates or something. Like, oh, maybe this person, let's see if I can pick up the oh, this person is speaking in plain, so if I miss the first part, maybe I'll find a ru or something, like a ending for predicates, like, oh yeah, I know that word. So instead of that, like trying to constantly focus on anticipation. I think anticipation and intuition is great if you have it. However, in the beginning stages, at least in my opinion, when I'm out of my depth, I tend to pick up the smaller units as small as it can get, where I can extract some information. So if mise comes up in the paragraph like 10 times, I know that at least whatever they're saying has something to do with the store. And then if I latch on to mise, I'm hoping further along the line there might be food or something. However, I'm not focused on the idea of trying to anticipate. So like if they're saying a store, they could say anything. It could be about food, it could be about the service. So my training is specifically on when I'm hearing words and stuff. Whenever I'm practicing, I largely focus on the things that I can hear. Now in terms of translating, you say if you wanted to try to translate everything, I think I do that all the time, most of the time. Well, translate the things I can understand. So not attempting to translate things I can't understand or have missed. The reason why I do this now is because when you're watching anime and stuff, if you get hung up on a sentence or hung up on something, you sacrifice everything after. And I think for if that is how you work, either way works really well, because some people prefer to take it very, very slowly and rewatch and go through it until they have full comprehension. I think in the long run, a mix of both, either way, if you're intentfully doing that, you'll reach to a point where intuition will take over at some point. For me, right now, my choice is that I translate everything and I do everything as accurately as I can exhaust myself to do when I'm learning something. However, when I watch anime, I'm not doing that. I am watching anime for the pure idea that I can watch it, maybe lose the context or lose the thing 30 to 40% of the time, yet I enjoy watching it. So if I am not enjoying to the point where I don't even understand what I'm enjoying, then I would watch something else for the time being. For now, though, yeah, most of the content that I watch these days, I pick up phrases here and there. I don't attempt. I try to discourage myself from getting too hung up on that type of thing. In terms of how fast the translation happens in my head, it's almost split seconds. So I've trained, I've learned and practiced so much on specific phrases and specific things that it is not, the show itself or the content itself does not move fast enough for me not to be able to translate it, which is fine. That's a lot of practice. I don't think a lot of people like that idea that they are constantly translating. So not necessarily trying to translate everything, but constantly having to translate. I like doing that. So it is a very common thing. So, to give you my personal experience, it is not a problem for me to translate everything that I know. Not attempt, this is to be specific. When I translate, I'm translating something that is familiar to me. I'm not attempting to translate something that's not familiar to me. Like, oh, what does this word mean? I'm like, I don't know what it means right now. Move along. I clearly did not practice it enough or clearly use it enough. To give you an example that doesn't deal with language, it happens a lot when I'm in science. So, I used to be in genetics, in molecular biology, and I was sitting in a seminar. And one thing that I've struggled with for a while was the idea that if I sit in a seminar and I don't understand 100% or near 100% of the content, I would lose track, I would get tired, and then I would just give up. And when I give up, right, I tune out and focus on other things, I get really tired. Like I get bored and disengage. I disengage from the seminar. So instead, little by little, as I was getting older with more experience, what I typically do now is I would either make a mental note or bring an actual notebook, right? Something to write with. And I would write down observations whenever I lose track. So like for example, in a seminar, they would speak in English. However, it doesn't mean that they're not speaking a different language, as in the discipline that they're speaking in is far beyond my comprehension a lot of times. So it would be a word and I would lose track. I would just write it down. I would write it down. It's like, well, I don't know what this is. I'll ask a question later. The speaker's there, or I'll go find out later. So I save everything that I'm practicing or like trying to take in information. I write down everything that I don't know and I save it for later, and I keep following as quickly as possible. So the act of writing down questions and things that I need to know later keeps me engaged. Like, that's something I need to look for. Maybe that's something important to me. Look at my notes. I have a lot of things that are interesting. So while I'm hyper focusing on writing things I don't know, that's a task I'm doing, as opposed to worrying and thinking I don't know this stuff. I will or will not know this stuff in the future. Meanwhile, as the person is speaking, I try to latch on to everything I can possibly comprehend. Now, the downside is it can be seen as a problem, because when you leave a place, right, when you leave the seminar, you might end up not knowing enough that you have in the whole, in the big landscape. You might not know everything, right, or might not know the big picture, and that will happen. Now, here's my rebuttal to that. You have a higher chance of taking away small messages and comprehensible parts in a bigger thing, like an anime episode or a seminar, like a 30-minute seminar. You have a higher chance of success and growth as you're focusing on the things you can comprehend, which is encouraging, and then actively writing things down you don't know, which you'll save for later. Because the opportunity is limited unless you choose to stop and watch the anime episode over and over again, which that is available. In a seminar case, sometimes seminars are recorded after the fact, so you can go back and watch them. I take notes because I can ask the seminar speaker to clarify, as in when you're in a classroom setting, you can ask the teacher, the professor, to clarify. So I adjusted all of that to the way I consume anime and stuff if I'm practicing. So when your activities in life becomes a practice, I use my practice skills and note-taking skills that I typically use to help me overcome the frustrations and disengagement that happens with things that are beyond comprehension, as in things that one cannot constructively use fundamentally. And that's probably what I would say in a very longer answer. So if you have a problem that disengages you, finding alternative ways to engage you that temporarily sets like problems aside can possibly encourage you to engage in an activity even more, right? I say this because I hear very often that people fall out of interest or love due to the nature that it's incomprehensible. So in terms of anime, I think I've heard my fair share of people who said they can no longer watch anime the same way anymore because they're prone to want to do everything that they're doing in terms of language learning. I think when you're trying to form a new habit of learning and stuff, things related to a new skill or a new habit that you want for the rest of your life, sacrificing an existing habit that you have that you enjoy already, that's substituting. That's one for the other. So to me, that's where, quote unquote, the feeling that it's a problem comes up. And what happens then is there's a chance that you fall out of love of the thing that encouraged you to do the following thing in the first place. So then everything falls apart. someone would take like a hard break from anime. It's like, you know, I can't watch anime the same way anymore. I always have to slow down and translate everything because it feels like a learning lesson every day that I enjoy something that's a hobby. The take-home message here, I would say, is you can it is tough. It's going to change your perspective on how you enjoy things. However, I think people are creative enough to compartmentalize, right? You can enjoy things without full comprehension of something, and being able to tell yourself, yeah, I don't know this right now, but let's make a note of it and go for it. And there's another way. I was watching some other person who like listens to music, and they do music comprehension. And as a professional, that person appeared on a podcast with another person to evaluate a piece of music. So you could see him as he's listening to the music. He's unfamiliar with the music, like what to expect and whatnot. So you could see him writing, and if I had to guess, that person was writing the timestamp. So they would say like 3 minutes 30 seconds, crescendo question mark, or like interesting staccato or dissonance. And then when they're having the interview, you could see that the person could do it live, as in they could talk about their observations. And what I mean by that is they don't necessarily only talk about things that they understand, but they also talk about things that they are guessing about and having feelings about. So one could go about anime and say, the first thing that comes to mind, you write down the first thing that comes to mind. So you write like a question mark, timestamp 2 minutes, food, question mark, and then you write like a writer. So what happens, in my opinion, that's important in this case is you get to also see the things tangibly. Like, oh, what do you keep thinking of? What do you keep having fixations on, like questions on and whatnot? I think that, to me, is far more constructive than sitting there getting frustrated about not knowing something at the moment. At least. The reason why I'm saying that is largely because if these things become too much of an overbearing negative thing, everything's gonna feel like is a negative thing. So then you watch an anime, and then suddenly you gotta go study, right? You're gonna study Chinese and Japanese, and you're already drained. And then once you're done studying Chinese and Japanese or so forth, you go back to watching anime, and you can't enjoy that anymore because everything is exhausting. The things that you love to do no longer brings you energy. It starts draining away. And I think that requires a bit of discipline and creativity, right? So some commentary, some constructive commentary, and then the things that I do. Yeah, I go about it and I make a mental note. That's about it. And then the things I understand, that's good. The first anime I watched after like 150 days of study or something, I didn't understand like 50% of the time. Like, I did not get it. The nice thing is, though, when you mark what you're not getting, you also have visuals, right? You can discern the situation. You can pay attention also to what the scene looks like. So there's lots of pictorial things. And then audio cues. I think audio cues are things that lots of people who focuses on the language itself do not integrate, like facial expressions and intonation, like changes in intonation, like sound and visual cues and audio cues rarely aid in people's communication skills nowadays. At least in my opinion. So those things can come back. They can be useful in the future, right? And practicing those can help, at least in my opinion. I watch things a lot with separate focuses. Sometimes I watch it again so I can focus on animation. And then I watch it again, certain clips, to focus on sound mixing or whatnot. In fact, there are some audio cues that remind me of specific Japanese phrases. So when, like, you know, an anime suddenly slips into a slice of life background music, I immediately start like thinking like, oh, okay, there's a chance that some of these things are going to come up, right? And with those, you're not spending too much time, because at some point when you practice enough, this stuff also becomes context clues. They're contextual clues. When someone goes to the kitchen, right, you kind of already snap. It's almost instantaneous. You're like, okay, well, you're kind of trying to get to that point where if they walk into a kitchen, immediately you're like, all right, I don't even have to think about it. It's gonna be all these familiar words or familiar phrases and whatnot. Unless, and if it's not, then you just write it down. You're like, oh, they ended up talking about politics while being in the kitchen. Fair enough. Go write a note and say, maybe I'll learn some things about politics or something. Not everyone does, right? In English, I would say if I start speaking in scientific terms, probably not as engaging for a lot of people. In fact, I think there are plenty of people that are used to thinking that they understand scientific discussions, yet when you ask them and query them about their comprehension about scientific terminology, it would be like understanding a target language watching anime. There's some understanding, some maybe potential misunderstanding. I think that's a natural part of most things. I don't know. How are you enjoying anime right now, Young? Oh, how are you going about your Chinese and Japanese anime? What is actually the problem? If you can describe it a little bit in more detail. I'll continue with my recall as I wait. If you're still there. Sorry, it was a fairly long, drawn out answer or response. Squiggle. Squiggle, squiggle. Itai. Itai. Yoki. Yoki. Yaseru. 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 Toru. Toru. Isha. 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 Undo. I mentioned a lot of things there. However, I wouldn't like. I probably strongly discourage you from people from doing it all at once, right? Like getting too overwhelmed. Little baby steps, find little things here and there, one or two things that you can pick up, and over time with like practice it becomes like a habitual atomic habit, so to speak. So I would say a very approachable amount of effort is to write a timestamp and say, oh, this timestamp, question mark, and then build from there. And if that works out, it's pretty cool. Then you can build from it. I think my language learning journey is largely, that's the approach I use for many things nowadays that I do as a hobby. It might not be the most appropriate approach for things that you have to get done immediately or by a deadline. As a hobby, I like to build from little bits and pieces and then putting them together. So it's quite engaging. There's a time and place for active construction. And mandatory construction. The approach helps you to be consistent. Yeah. Speed running Chinese. Dang. That is that is quite the name. I don't know that first word. Or those first two, but 就是 it kind of looks like a 上 li. Interesting. Looks like a proverb. Being consistent is a victory. Okay. I see. Neat. Your teacher told you this? I see. It's a great proverb. What was it? Oh, I'm thinking of an English one. What is it? It's like 99% success is like something, a small percentage of something, and 99% perseverance or something. It gives that same element where like it's the consistency, you know. Success is largely consistency, or the maintenance of consistency. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, the thing I was describing are habits, atomic habits that I build up on my own. So persistently, you know, inching a little bit, keep refining. Like, oh yeah, I could do this a little bit. I could do this a little bit. And then one day when you look back after hundreds of days or several months and years, like, yep, that's what happens. Persistently, slowly, adaptively improving. And I think it fits very well with the concept of language learning. Although granted, this is the first time I've self-studied language. Most of my background is dealing with science, and health. All right, so unit 70. Okay, let's go to unit 69. So speed writing Chinese, huh? That what do you do? In what subject do I have a PhD? In molecular biology. My thesis was on retrovirology. Largely, like, actually, probably more about genetics, like viral life cycle in relation to how it affects like host genome kind of deal things. Viruses, curious things. Retroviruses, even more nuancedly curious. Not that I'm playing favorites, but RNA viruses are pretty interesting. How often are RNA viruses covered? I mean, outside of COVID. COVID happens to coincidentally be an RNA virus. However, retroviruses are a particular subgroup of RNA viruses. I don't believe COVID is a retrovirus, but an RNA virus, though. At least, not that I'm aware of. That specific COVID. Let's see. Unit 69. What topic was it? Oh, okay. Let's do the new stuff. May I ask what your background is? And how are you speedrunning things? You know? How are you doing language learning right now, engaging with language learning? Are viruses actually a living thing? Well, it comes down to what one qualifies as a living thing, right? Categorization tends to require qualifications. So if you have conditions that you qualify as living things, I might be able to answer that. For myself, in a qualification standpoint, if there's evidence of self-preservation and coevolution, I think that's sufficient to constitute as a living thing. So viruses would qualify for that. The particular processes that I was interested in when it comes to viruses would qualify it as a living thing. However, it can be disqualified when, you know, they don't meet all the conditions of a living thing, as long as you establish what you constitute as a living thing. There is the, you know, the dogma. I'm not sure how long the dogma biology, like that dogmatic thing about reproduction, being dependent on how parasites are excluded from living things because they're reliant on a different host, like a host to propagate, that type of thing. I don't know how like pervasive that is or how much people hold up to. Traditionally, if you go back to like the dogma of biology, for example, the answer would be no, characteristically, because one of the requirements is that the virus can or the entity can replicate on its own without the reliance on an external host, right? And viruses do not traditionally, in general, fit that condition. That's usually the primary condition that would disqualify viruses. Primary. However, one could make an argument that they are self-replicating. Even down to singular genetic strands of genetic RNA can propagate itself in some way. So maybe not in the traditional sense, because we're thinking about macro organisms as opposed to molecular organisms. Toru. Let's see. Toru Yaru. Do you have any interest in Japanese? I know I'm inferring so much from your username. I like talking about the interaction between Japanese and Chinese. Yaru watasu. Asu. Whoops. The only interaction with Japanese was Attack on Titans. Oh, that's fair. I feel like Attack on Titans is international enough to warrant a Chinese dub. I imagine there's a Chinese dub of Attack on Titans. That's it. Yeah, my Chinese lesson is a bit later. I do quite enjoy Mandarin because there is some level of comfort that I have with Mandarin in an auditory sense, in a construction sense. Yasu. 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 Oh no, which one is it? Bariru. It is. You actually uploaded some snippets on your channel. Ah, nice. Have you happened to play the series Like a Dragon and played it in a Chinese version? I have yet to do it, but it's coming up soon. Playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth in Chinese. I'm kind of a fanboy of the series because it's tri-dubbed. Lots of dialogue. Didn't know about that. Thanks for the recommendation. Oh, yeah. So, starting at Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, which is 8 in the series. And the next game, I look forward to playing the next game. In February, I have plans as well. They have 3 cast, as far as I'm aware. So at some point, after like maybe 2 or 3 weeks from now, I'll be playing my Chinese playthrough of Like a Dragon. I really like the Like a Dragon series because it keeps expanding its language support. I think it costs a lot of money to do, and rarely is it enough to make up for the money, but I appreciate that Sega continues to support multiple languages for their game. And their game takes place in contemporary life, like contemporary culture settings, outside like the non-fiction events. That presents an excellent opportunity for anyone who's learning Japanese or Chinese or even English, actually, that enjoys video games but also want a video game that deals with lots and lots of everyday dialogue. Like, yeah, sure, you have your main story quest that deals with like conspiracy, life, death, friendship, family, and stuff, but then 60 to 70% of the other dialogue is banter, like your characters cracking jokes about each other, talking about pop culture over and over again. So it's an excellent, in my opinion, one of the most excellent ones. And I can't wait to continue playing that series. That series is one of Sega's biggest franchises right now. So there's probably going to be no shortage. I have my fingers crossed that since Sega is the parental publisher of Atlas games, I have my fingers crossed that eventually Persona games and maybe like the recent one, Metaphor Fantasio, will also see Chinese dubs, because I feel Sega is very consistent at being able to recruit voice actors consistently for like the different ones. Like their English cast is largely consistent moving forward, and their Japanese cast are the reasons why they're best known. Their Japanese cast, even their characters, are supposed to have the likeness of the actual voice actors. In Infinite Wealth, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, there's actually one character, one villain that was actually modeled after an English actor. Well, I think he's Hispanic, actually. A Hispanic English-ish, Hispanic American actor. And hearing it in English, that was like a special moment. Like, so it's pretty cool that they're going like a bit international. And Infinite Wealth, or Like a Dragon Moving On, has 3 to 4 nationalities. Their cast is constantly having a Korean, a Japanese, a Chinese, and an American cast. So no matter what, one day though, here's the GOAT. I really hope that the big next Like a Dragon game, not this one that's coming up in February, I really hope they decide to make an international dub. Like, what I mean by international dub is they do the Tekken approach, where, okay, we have Chinese, we have Japanese, we have English. Now we're gonna offer an extra mode where you can decide what language comes out of each character, because it's modular, so they can like make it so all the dubbing is modular, and you'll have the characters speak in their national language. That would be so awesome. Like the way Tekken does it, where everyone's basically speaking through a universal translator, so everyone's speaking their own language, their like reflective national language, and you're just assuming they understand each other. So they're nonchalantly, like a German is nonchalantly talking to a Swedish character, which is talking to a Japanese character. Good morning, Chern. And I would love to be able to use my like knowledge of Japanese, Chinese, and English to hear the characters. There are obviously, I also mentioned there are Korean characters in Infinite Wealth, and you can hear them in some of the scenes. Some of the older games, when there is Korean and there is Chinese, those characters actually speak in Korean and Chinese. Unfortunately, the cutscenes are not that long for those characters. In the current series, they've already set up in a way that the characters speak a common language. However, they're clearly not common. It's really highlighted that they are of different nationalities, which I'm looking forward to it. It's one of the games that I play on launch now, because it goes deeper than that. And the longer I focus on language learning, the more investment I have in that game series. I think this might be the future in terms of like language learning. You got me on that one. I just added to your wish list on Steam. Hey, I look forward to hearing it. Also, one of the deal breakers for a lot of people is you have to be comfortable with organized crime. The game's main topic is organized crime, and like the traditionalism and culturalism with traditional stuff. So that's one thing that I've heard some people say. They don't play this game because, you know, some people don't like the depiction of violence or things like that. So as a slight disclaimer, the subject matter in the main story quest is not for everyone, but you usually heavy discounted series all the time when there's a sale. I'm not sponsored by Sega, by the way. I just happen to really like how useful it is for language learning. Like, you get to hear before they add a Chinese, which I'm going to hear soon. You're saying GTA 6? No, I'm talking about Like a Dragon. GTA 6 is kind of okay for language learning too, if they dubbed the stuff, but I don't think they do. I don't think GTA multi-dubs. Like a Dragon does. And GTA doesn't usually encounter slice of life things. It's usually larger than life things. So If you were like gonna learn things in context, when it comes to language learning, GTA 6 would be very, very niche. Even the English is incredibly niche, as in learning how to murder someone is not necessary, or stealing and stuff. That may come up every once in a while in terms of topics and stuff, and like, you know, heists and at adverse at adversity and whatnot. Those are very important topics, but I think they're a little bit too niche. Like a Dragon series, they crack jokes. They talk about manga. They talk about hobbies like cooking, what they do in their regular lives. That stuff translates and gets multi-dubbed. So I'm looking forward to seeing what it sounds like when Chinese people like say those jokes, like making fun of someone for being awkward for not liking chicken or something. That kind of stuff comes up more often. I think GTA's dialogues in general are very limited. And they're not multi-dub. As far as I know, Rockstar does not have more than one language cast. It's entirely in English. Like a Dragon is not. It is in 3 languages. Happens to be the 3 languages that I use, by the way. So very convenient. And I'm really excited that they added Chinese. So that's kind of one of the things. I should really look at making sure. I didn't actually hear a sample yet. I'm like saving it, basically. I'm excited. I am excited. Now I need to unstuck myself from getting Yasu. Oh no, Kasu. That help when I say Kasu. Let's cycle through our radicals here. Sorry, I need to get back into the groove of things. Kasu. Oh wait, Kasu was the one that looks weird. Oh no, actually Se looks pretty weird. The way I'm writing Se. Oh, yesterday I was thinking about how to make this look less weird. It still looks kind of weird. I just don't like this one stroke here. What if I put this here? Still looks kind of weird. That's fine. So Kasu. Kariru. No. How do I have the pen tool? How do you have this thing is an extension. It's it's the current extension I'm using is called Web Paint Tool. That's what I'm writing on. I don't know how to spell Web Paint Tool. If you're using this is a Chrome extension. If you're using other browsers, I have been told that there are examples in other browsers. It might actually even be the same extension. Most other browsers are Chromium based browsers, so you can probably still use the same extension, or they might have the same extension unless you're on Mac. On Apple product, I'm very limited in my knowledge of Apple products. Nice that you found it. It's a very useful tool. It's not without its imperfections though. However, it's the one that I like the response rate. It's not the best response rate that I'm used to, like an art program. If you pull up like Adobe or the one that I use is Krita, it's not quite as responsive. However, it gets the job done. So Niru. Do you have a pen device, Aaron? Niru. Narabu. It's stuck on Narabu. Oh. Every time I say I get stuck on Narabu, it reminds me of why I got stuck on it. Narabu. Low key though. You don't have a pen device yet? A lot of people ask me about that question, the writing on screen thing, and then they follow it up by what pen device I use. I use a very inexpensive pen device that, if you probably are interested in rhythm gaming, OS community likes this for its raw input, generally and its value. So I will mention this here in case you're curious. I use a Wacom CTL 472. 472. Me who play OS Mania and suck at OS Standard. Yeah. When it comes to Japanese, having a pen tends to go along with Twitch and streaming and stuff, so I figure I just get ahead of it. So I use a Wacom CTL 472. On a good day, actually it's Black Friday or it's Cyber Week, and you can write and draw too. Yeah, basically. I use this as my drawing tablet for like Inktober and whatnot. So this you can probably get this for like 25 USD or less, and I think it is incredibly it's a gold standard for like responsiveness and tracking like even your hand stability. I don't use a smoother. I like to see where my hand instability is. So I think this still holds up, the CTL 472, in case you wanted a pen if you wanted to know what my pen device is. That's those two questions tend to align pretty well. I have used my CTL 472 for like at least thousands of hours now. It is starting to show some sensor wear because I also draw on this, and drawing I'm pretty aggressive. Like I draw like lines quite a lot, and it survived through 2 or 3 Inktober's now, so not too bad. I can kind of see some void response here and there. I just realized the pen device, you're left-handed for writing, so does it affect if you play OS? No, it's driver dependent. So you adjust the area to your liking. Most pen devices are ambidextrous. because you flip the area and you move the area to your liking. It's in the tablet drivers. Yeah. And pens are designed ambidextrous. The pen is symmetrical. So most of these pens is just a singular cylinder. So they're made so that you use either hand. It's kind of nice. Pens just happen to be that way, right? As opposed to mice, right? Mice, you can't guarantee that they're ambidextrous and or left or right hand centric. Usually right hand centric. I am right-handed. That's clear. Oh, it's double the price in your country? Oh, that's unfortunate. That's really expensive. Then Wacom, it means it's double the price, then Wacom is probably an export issue. Yeah, I think I bought my CTL 472 at $25 or $30 USD after like all the bonuses and cashback and stuff. It's easily way cheaper than it should be, at least in the United States. Like compared if you bought as opposed to like a Huion Huion, I don't know how they pronounce it actually. I'm gonna say Huion because of Chinese. Or like XP Pen or something. They only get so cheap. Maybe it's manufactured in the US. I think Wacom is a Wacom is, I want to say it's Asian, but I don't, it's Chinese, I think. Chinese company. No, it's Japanese. Wacom is Japanese. So Wacom is Japanese. Interesting. I don't know where the things are manufactured, but I like to think it's probably either China or Taiwan. Yeah. Wacom has been probably the leader, one of the leaders in pen tech, in drawing tech, for as far as I remember. So that's why it's double the price, because Japanese book here is also double the yen price. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I would have to say there's something to it. The United States and Japan has often had a pretty alright merchandising relationship. So it's hard to hear that. I would I enjoy using a pen device, so I wanted to make it clear that I'm drawing on the screen with a pen device as well. There were a few people that made a comment like, dude, how do you do that with a mouse? And my first response was, I'm not. So it's understandable. All right, let's go. Right. I'm still adjusting to the new screen size. So sakubun. Buncho. Buncho. Oh. Oops. Actually. Buncho. Oh, what's the difference between sakubun and bunsho in Japanese? Sakubun is a passage. I mean, not a passage. Wait. It's a essay, and then bunsho is a passage. So essays can have multiple passages. I think really if that's a good question, because a passage I think largely is a component of essays, interestingly enough. I guess the biggest distinction for myself is that they are distinguishing by size of unit. A sentence can a passage could be a sentence. Yeah. A sentence goes even shorter. I think a passage tends to be composed of multiple sentences, and then essays can be composed of multiple passages, weirdly enough. And then obviously sentences can be composed of multiple words, although a sentence can be composed of a singular word when it comes to English. Like, stop. It's a good one though. That's a good question that I haven't even considered. Passages and essay. I think what else? We covered most of the new ones. Let's cover some more actions, right? If I can get my hand warmed up a little here. So kao, is that something to buy? Kao, kami? Whoops. The contrast with the other kami? Kami, maybe enpitsu. The contrast with megane. Oops. Word, sentence, passage, paragraph. Oh yeah, there's paragraph as well. True, paragraphs. There's abstract as well. Abstract, which can be in the line of greater than a paragraph and composed of multiple passages. Sometimes a passage can be an abstract of an essay. So an abstract is like a paraphrase, and a paraphrase is composed of multiple paragraphs. So there's that outside thing where you take a passage and then when you paraphrase, you're putting it into your own words. And then an abstract is also putting a smaller version of an essay, a more concise summary of an essay. Plenty of extra words. I'm kind of curious what the Japanese words are for those. So far I have kotoba, which is for word, and then these two. Do not, we'll get them when we get them, you know. Let's see, aruku. Let's do the movement stuff, right? Aruku. We'll pair it up with hashiru. That's a pretty decent pair up. And kaku. This unit was on school stuff. Kaku. Oh. We have kaku. Kaku. And kaku. Suppose that's something for these guys. Maybe like a turn of phrase for like a sound difference. So we have tegami. Instead of kami. And all the threads. Doing all the threads. Right. I think that's good. That's a pretty decent review. And then I'm gonna move into our unit here. Alright, personalized practice. Fun times. UNT. No kanji for that yet. We haven't learned it yet. UNT. Although N, I can probably guess N. T, probably as well. Just based on how it sounds. If I had to guess, U is probably close to travel, the Chinese side of it. So if it was going to use travel, it's probably going to use this character. Actually, I know U. U is this. So let's write this. Probably use this character. And then N, as in like Koen, right? So we use N, this N. And Qi. Qi is probably D, as in earth or place. So it's probably this. As in like Chizu, right? It's the beginning of Chizu. So this is probably UNT. Let's double check. Yeah. Okay. Not that we got UNT yet, but that's fine. UNT はとても混んでいます。Oh, 混んでいます for crowded. 混んでいました. We don't have 混んでいました as well. If I had to guess, it could have something to do with that one is a little bit more involved. We won't guess at things. We'll get it eventually. Kon. So this is kon. The conjugation of it's the te past progressive version of let's see, it's de. So it's either komu or kobu. Komu sounds right. So it's komu in the te form, past progressive. Now I know it's the past progressive. Back in the day, this was introduced, we didn't know what the part of speech was. So it's komu, probably. I don't have a ko that would be right off the top of my head. Would use. It might use something that deals with entering. Like or like hairu or iru. Like this. Something to do with that. Maybe another time. Very crowded. Okay. Concert, no? Oh, I mean concert. Event. Okay, event work.
イベント
イベントはとても混んでいました。混んでいました。
ATM で5万円を引き出します。
ATM で5万円を引き出します。No, we don't have 引き出します。To withdraw, it could use maybe this to take out, like to withdraw. That could use that character. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Let's look this. It It does not. Oh, that hiki. Okay, so it uses hiki, or a combination. Okay, I see. So it's that hiki. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, oh, okay. It's a combination. Yeah. So it uses hiki, which is it's kind of to use, kind of to play, and then it uses da. So dasu, right? So it's in there, which makes sense. Right, to take out, to withdraw. These are the fun parts about learning Japanese and learning Chinese. You start putting together all the different things. So this is hiki
引き出します。
combined with dashi or dasu. Okay. Let's listen to this.
ATM で5万円を引き出します。
5万円を引き出します。ATM で、2万円をいたします。
どこでコピーしますか？
どこでコピーしますか？ English. コンビニでこのレポートをコピーします。
ロブスターも硬かったです。
ロブスターも硬かったです。Oh, do I have 硬い Tough. Really? And then I feel like I don't. No, I do not have katai. Although, wow, its characters are my recognition of those characters are not how I don't know how I would make this. Oh, right, Japanese. I'm not sure if Japanese pulls through or not on this last one. Kind of looks like it does. So these two, I see stone and I see like use or convenience. So maybe like not convenient, or elements of stone. Tough. Maybe. I don't know. That kind of fits. Like something being tough. The stone part really gives it away though, like firmness and whatnot. Also was also tough. Okay. Chicken.
チキン
Not鶏肉. Chicken wa. So now we know tori niku, right? So we can actually, let's do that. Tori. Think oh, is it? I think it's normal. Was it? Yes. And then tori, standard tori. Oh. Right. And then niku. Tori niku. Instead of chicken. Okay. Chicken wa. What was it? Kata? Katakatta desu.
硬かったです
Katakatta desu.
緑のボタンを押しましたか
Midori no. Midori. I messed up a stroke, it's fine. So, Midori. Midori no botan o oshimashita ka? Oh, os. Turn, os. Oshimashita ka? Os. We got the os, which is hand, hands, and then more or less a button. Right. Os. Oshimashita ka? Did you press green button? Sono akai. All right. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, speedrunning Chinese. It's 3 a.m. in your place? Oh yeah, go get some rest. Good luck with everything. Yeah, take care. We're chilling. Akai. Akai wa. Okay. Os. Sono akai botan o oshimashita.
次の授業は何
次の授業は何次の授業は何 It's 9:30 a.m. here. Today you have no school? Nice. Is it a special day, Churn? Did you just get up, by the way? Good morning. If you just got up. No school, huh? Do you not, what are your thoughts about school, Churn? Yay, nay? What is it about? How is school for you? Tsuki no jugyo wa nani? Tsuki no jugyo wa nani? What's our next class? Or what is your next class? Sure.
授業が始まります
Oh,
座っ
you
て
said
くだ
good
さい
morning. Well, okay. I don't usually assume that when people say good morning, they just got up. If you know what I mean. Cool, meh. I see. Like, I would still say good night even though I'm not going to bed because it's nighttime. For example, or like good afternoon.
授業が始まります座ってください 授業
授業がね。
授業が始まります。座ってください。
座ってください。授業が始まります。
始まり
始まります。座って
て
ください。
ください。
Isn't it good evening even though it's midnight? I use evening as a you can say good evening, yeah. I still say good morning when I haven't gone to bed because it's morning as opposed to night or evening. And I say good night to people even if I'm not going to bed. So that kind of thing is very situational, right? And the evening includes night. Yes, for me, evening includes night. The reason why I said good night is because you're using good morning like getting up, and good night is the thing that is relational to good morning for getting up. So people who use good morning only for getting up, the closest example I can have is good night. I use good morning like I use good evening. So when you're saying good morning, it's before the afternoon. And then when you say good evening, is only in the evening. It doesn't imply that you got up or went to bed, for example. And then good afternoon is around noontime, right? You could say it's noon or afternoon. And noon would be the equivalent middle point of good morning as in getting up, and then good night as in going to sleep. Yeah. Yep.
今日は風が強いです。
And midnight would be like noon. It's a marker of the 12s, right? So you have noon and midnight. 今日は風が I'm not saying that you do it this way or people around you do it this way. Sharing the different ways those words can mean different things. 今日は風が強いです。Oh, I was thinking of sick because of my current unit, but just saying the wind is strong today. 強い。
その授業のテストは優しいです。
その授業ね。
授業。
その授業のテストは難しいですね。難しい。
その授業のテストは優しいです。
優しいです。
優しいです。
Okay. How strong is the wind? I don't know. How strong is it? Wait. Kaze wa how strong? 風は
強い。
強いですか？
か。暗い。
Right? No, that's not.
暗い。
That's not. Wait, actually, that is an amount if I use it that way.
夕方。
That's evening.
夕方。弱い。
That's weak. Sunny.
弱い。暗い。
What?
どれ。どれ。暗い。
Are you kidding me? Wow, that's interesting. Okay. I don't remember this prompt. 風はどれ暗い Sui desu ka? I mean, it makes sense when you put it together, but or like sort of. But man, interesting. I was gonna use the word how, but it wouldn't say an amount. It would be saying it would be asking how it's done. So interesting. Dore kurai. Isn't dore mean which? Yeah, so it's kind of saying which sort of like which amount. Like so it's kind of interesting the way they're using it. So I'm guessing like which amount of strength. So which amount of strength is the wind? I wouldn't have thought that's what they wanted. That's interesting. That one's a little confusing. Alright.
このカバンは高い。
このカバンは高い。Okay.
カバンはいくらですか？
Did I get the demonstrative incorrectly? Okay. There's always Duoisa, which means the strength of strength. Okay. Yeah, I haven't been able we only got one like version of strength at the moment.
カバンはいくらですか？カ
カバンはいくらですか？
いくらですか？
店で細いペンを買いました。
店で細いペンを買いました。店で
細い道はゆっくり進みます。
細い How strong is it? Oh, okay. So that's how you say how strong is it? Okay. Neat. Don't have that yet though. Yeah. I don't have that conjugation yet. We do not have that conjugation yet. So it would not show up at the moment. But I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, no. It's a conjugation of e adjective. I get it. Yes, you don't have to keep listing other e adjectives.
細い道はゆっくり進みます。
細い
は
ゆっ
ゆっくり。
ゆっくり道？
細い道はゆっくり進みます。
細い道はゆっくり
進みま。
進みますす。
細い道はゆっくり進みます。
Haven't used ゆっくり in a hot minute. 進み。そう進む haven't used 進む too. Let's see. Store 店でお店で no
店
店で
細い
細い
ペンを
ペンを買いました。
買いました。
昼ご飯を作りましょう。
昼ご飯を作りましょう。Fair enough. Works. 今日何を作りましょう？カレー。
じゃあ、別の仕事を紹介します。
じゃあ、別の仕事。仕事を紹介します。Just to introduce, but we don't have that yet. So, no worries.別。 新しい仕事を紹介します。
もうすぐ彼氏と別れます。
もうすぐ。no. もうすぐ。彼氏。もうすぐ彼氏と別れます。I think we have 別れる。I think it's it kind of looks like 别 but it's not. It's like this. 別れる。It's a 一段れる。別れる。And 彼氏彼彼氏そう、もうすぐ彼氏と別れます。別れます。Oh, heckin' contraction. もうすぐ。多分。We have 多分 as well. 多分何と別れます。We're doing 彼氏 again.
彼氏
Poor guy. He even has a chef's hat.
あのコンビニは今空いています。
あのコンビニは今空いています。That's using 開く。
あのコンビニは今空いています。
Excuse me. Oh, I did it again. That convenience store. English do be a fickle thing. 近くの何は、okay. コンビニ works. コンビニ。
これは私のものです。
これは私のものです。Actually, it's kind of curious if they would use mono in kanji or mono in in kana. There. This is mine. That is hers. 彼女彼ですと、あれは彼女のものです。
このカバンは高い。
このカバン、oh, カバン、no wait. Oh, I selected them in the wrong order. That's how come I
あの
got that
コンビ
one
ニ
right.
は今空いています。
And then that convenience store. I even talked about how I'm gonna mix them up. You usually see mono in kana if it's one word, but okay. And then mono the kanji if with other kanji. Oh, okay. That's good to know. So that means they're doing it that way too. So Duolingo does it that way too. I only noticed that mono was in kana when they're only doing it in one thing, like flanked by a particle or something. And then they use mono with other things. Good to know. Good to know. That convenience store over there is is open now. Okay. All these things are fun, in my opinion, in the practice. So whenever I'm like practicing old stuff, whenever personalized practice comes up in Duolingo, I start applying like all the things I know now to what I used to know, and it raises these questions all the time, which is a lot of fun. It's like koto. Oh yeah, I can see that, koto. Yes, I see what you mean. Good point. Good point.
会社のコーヒーは美味しくないです。
会社。会社。So kai, right, is 会. Kai, and then sha requires this thing. And then I think, oh no, I think it's just one. And then earth, or something close to earth. Oh no, that is earth. Yeah, and earth. Kaisha. Kaisha no kohi wa oishiku nai desu. Okay. Okay. Shokudo. Shokudo. Wait. Shokudo. No, I think I'm fine. Yes. Which is the same in Chinese. Shokudo. And I have no idea what the read is anymore. Well, so this is xing, right? No, xi, xing, xi. Yeah, that's shi. Oh no, that's shi. Like ling shi. Yeah, shi tang. Yeah, shi tang. Same thing. Shi tang. Shokudo. Shokudo no sandoichi wa mazui desu. Okay. Mazui is good. Wait. No, I don't have mazui, but it means bad tasting, but I don't think I have mazui. And that'd be too much of a guess to know zu, ma, and zu off of that. Mazui desu. 昨日コンビニでサンドイッチを買いました。Just because of tense yesterday.
真面目な同僚が一人います。
真面目なno. 真面目な同僚の同僚 I as well. 同僚が一人います。一人います。None of these phrases yet. Hitori imasu. No. Oh yeah, hitori. We have hitori though. Hitori. Oh, not hitori. Yeah. Hitori. Wait. No, that's fine. Hitori imasu. And then just imasu. Right. I have 4. Yes, I have 1 hard working. Oh. I miss. Oh. 私たちの何ははじめな人です。マネージャー。
どうぞ、お釣りです。
どうぞ、お釣りです。No. 釣りです。I'm kind of curious if お釣り ends up using. No, it doesn't. It does not. Oh, it does have key. It does have keen in it. Interesting. Dojo. Otsuri desu. Dozo. Pan desu.
バス、
That's a bus.
パン、
コピー機は ATM の前です。
コピー機は ATM の前です。This is going bad. このコピー機は本当 Oh, wow. I completely missed that stroke. 本当に便利です。No, 古い。Okay. 古い。Fine.
パン屋でパンを買いました。
パン屋でパンを買いました。
もう寝ます。
もう寝ます。Yes. もう寝ます。
それはもういいです。
それはもういいです。それはもういいです。Okay. パン屋
パン屋
でパン
お
を買いました。
言葉の意味を覚えましょう。
言葉意味の言葉の意味を覚えましょう。覚える意味を言葉の
も
う寝ま
う
す。
寝ます。
言葉の意味を覚えましょう。覚えましょう。Alright. Back to our units. What time is it? It's 9 p.m. My time. 足。Wait. Oh.
足、
Sorry, I was thinking of something else. 足。頭。体。風。医者。薬。医者。頭。先月。風。 足。痛
痛
い。痛い。頭。
頭。
具合がの
お腹
お腹が痛いです。
が痛いです。
体。
体。
体。お風呂。風呂。風呂で、体を洗います。
風呂で
体
を
を
洗
洗い
いま
ますす。
彼は背が低い。
彼は背が、oh, I made a note about that yesterday. Yeah. 彼は背が、彼は背が低い。
彼は背が低い。
いや、低い。cold medicine. So I guess you can go with 風邪の薬はどこですか？
風
風邪の薬
薬は
はどこですか？
どこ
どこにありますか works
に
too,
ありますか？
actually. Fair enough.
早く医者を呼んでください。
早く医者を呼んでください。Oh, hey. Actually, that also what Hideyoshi said yesterday. They do interpret as please call the doctor. Please call the doctor quickly. We talked about this earlier, actually. Either please go see the doctor or call the doctor. So, actually, now that I think about it, now I don't know if it's called the doctor yesterday or was it go see the doctor. I think they swapped yonde for yonde. Now I gotta go back. Maybe Hideyoshi was... Maybe it was called the doctor. I could have sworn yesterday they used yonde. Other yonde. Huh. Interesting. Alright. We had a discussion yesterday about yonde. Homonym yonde. Using yomu or yobu. In that case, they use yobu. But I thought yesterday they used yomu. Intriguing. We'll see. I mean, it makes sense that they're interchanging those. My head hurts because I have a cold. Right.
頭
頭が痛い。痛いて。
て。
痛い。
です。
だ？
です。
I was gonna do something else.
風
邪をひいて頭が痛いです。
私の父は体が大きいです。
私の父は言葉が大きいです。In other words, he's big-boned. He's not fat, okay?
頭は痛くないです。
頭は痛くないです。痛くないです。I added an extra E there.
右足は痛くないです。
右足は Oh, they're cozy. 右足は痛くないです。 右足。Alright. 毎日。
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 歯を。
歯を。そう、磨く。磨きます。
磨きます。
は。ご飯の前に手を洗います。ご飯
の前に手を洗います。磨きます。
磨きます。
歯、髪、耳、目、磨きます。顔、体、痛い、医者、顔、鼻、目がきれいですね。
きれいですね。朝は顔を洗います。
朝は顔を洗います。I will shove food in my mouth. I need the word shove at some point. Maybe it can, maybe, 入れます and like you can modify 入れます to shove aggressively. I'm kidding. Food. 食べ物
を入れます。にぐちにぐちに
I wonder if you can get away with this. No. That sounds really weird. Oh, no, that doesn't sound weird because that works too.
昨日髪を切りました。
昨日髪を切りました。Just kidding.
これ
I only know there's a word for everything in one go like that. Oh, everything in one go. Oh, I see what you mean. Like, just all of it at once. Yeah, that's fair. You shove everything, you take up everything all at once. Oh. Ikini? Ichikini? Ikini? That the read? E? Maybe like E with a pause? I'm adapting it from like isho. So ikini. Everything in one go, huh? All at once? Same as Chinese. Oh, okay. Yeah. Got it. Oh, that's a one. Oh, what is the box? I don't actually have a read for the box yet. Do I? Is it 直? Probably not 直, is it? Oh, call. Oh, call. Oh, yeah, that's right. Call. Oh, that's for call. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Call. So, e-call. E-call. What is that? So, what is the third character? What is the third character? I only have key. I only have T. So I don't have the thing under. Oh no, wait, that's traditional, isn't it? Is that still Chi? That's probably the traditional character now that I think about it. Is this maybe not. I don't know. Is this the tradition? Is this the traditional character of this? So, call. Okay, it is. Okay, okay. call. call 七王. Oh, that's funny. Okay. All right. I think that dog is sicko. Unfortunate. Poor little dog. It's kind of funny because I think we got this phrase in Chinese recently too.
その
その犬は
犬は
sick 病気病気だ病気だと思います。
ます。
You inhale one breath, yeah, I figured.
ちゃんと歯を磨いていますか？
ちゃんと歯を磨いていますか？ちゃんと歯を磨いていますか？ Oh, wait, ちゃんと Yeah. ちゃんと That ちゃんと
ここで歯を磨かないでください。
ここで歯を磨かないでください。
たくさん鼻水が出ます。
Yeah. Are you brushing your teeth properly? You know, up, down, inside out, upside down, gargle salt water, you know, sing while you're brushing your teeth, you know, brushing your teeth properly, you know. If you're not singing and brushing your teeth at the same time, you're not doing it properly. Yep. Everyone knows that, right? I wouldn't recommend it. I'm just kidding. Singing while you're brushing your teeth. That sounds like a choking hazard. たくさん水が出ます。たくさん鼻水が出ます。 That's funny. Oh, I haven't gotten this prompt. My nose is running? Wait. My nose is running a lot. Interesting. Yeah, singing while you're brushing your teeth. Obviously. That's funny. Nose water. 鼻水が出ます。たくさん鼻水が出ます。And then coming out, that's hilarious. Using demas, you're learning new words too. Yeah, I know, right? Hanamizu, that's kind of funny though. Nose water coming out. Interesting. My nose is running. A lot is implied because of the nature of runny nose, I suppose. My ears hurt. Mimi? Oh, regular me. Mimi ga itai desu. 痩せますね。
痩せます。
田中さんは太っていますか？
田中さんは太っていますか？ Which one did they go with? Sobo? I,
祖母
yeah, I'm like, what?
私
Oh, do you want 私の祖母? 私の祖母. Oh, they accept this too. Like, 祖母は耳が悪いです。
です。
That's fine. 今夜はタコベルTaco Bell something eat. Oh, ka. Oh, you're using ka, the katakana ka for store. I see. Ah, nice. 今夜はタコベルかで食べました。What did you get, Valentine? I guess 誰の食べ物食べ物get oh, I guess 買いましたか? We'll use buy. Dore. I said dore. Dore. Dore no tabemono. Tabemono o kaimashita ka? Okay. 薬. Antina no niwatori, not niwatori, toriniku, which Huion tablet is good then? Which Huion tablet is good? That's a good question. Unfortunately, I do not have an answer for that. I only owned, I did not own a singular Huion tablet. Although, do I remember which one others mentioned? No, unfortunately I don't. Yeah, no dice. You're probably gonna have to pull other peeps on Huion tablets. Antina to wa nani? That's a good question. I thought I knew what that was standing for. It just kind of sounds like a chicken container. Okay. Yaseru. Adama. Tama. What is this? Megane.
メガネ。は。
あの女の人は痩せています。
彼女。女の人。女の人は痩せています。痩せています。医者。メガネ。目。痩せます。痩せる。
この
この
メガネ
メガネをそう見かないでください。
磨かないでください。
背中をまっすぐにしてください。
背中をまっすぐにOh, this is a weird one. まっすぐにしてください。To straighten your back. まっすぐにして It's kind of funny because it's like go straight ahead. So the phrase まっすぐにして the one time I saw this phrasing was like to proceed ahead or straight on or like go do straight. So then they put in to straighten your back by making it into a command and then using your back. So please straighten your back, which is pretty funny. タコベルの食べ物です。Okay. 鶏肉にスパイスとソースがあります。美味しいです。Is that what it's called? Oh, wait. Cantina. Oh, really? I didn't realize that's what it was called.
週末運動するのが好きです。
週末 I've been to Taco Bell like 3 times in my life. Maybe 4. And actually, the one time I've been to Taco Bell was of recent years. Like I think it was 2 years ago now. Someone really likes Taco Bell. 週末. Yeah, Cantina chicken. Yeah. I didn't realize that's what it's called. The last time I went to Taco Bell, I got a Crunchwrap Supreme. Crunchwrap Supreme was the last time I had it 2 years ago. I just see the image and I just ordered. Aw, that's nice. Look what you've done, Valentine. You make people order Taco Bell. You might as well get a sponsorship at this point. 週末運動するのが好きです。Oh. Was it I? Wait. Oh, I gotta look again. I don't know what I clicked on. I was fatter 10 years ago. I know, right? No, I can't relate to that.
私
私は10年前本当にsomething then okay cantina Taco Bell をIt's hard for me to see. Sorry. I need more mag. Enhance. I need to enhance. Okay. So 本当に don't know that word yet. Taco Bell を仕事. Oh, I wrote 仕事 incorrectly today. Thanks for reminding me that I screwed up Shikoto. I wrote I wrote it in a different way. Shimasen. I wrote it. I totally worked it. I wrote it in Chinese. Or I used a Chinese character mixed with kanji. What is this one word? Honestly? Oh. 正直.正直. Interesting. Yeah, I don't have that yet. Although, no. There's no context clues for 正直. Dotarimasu. Or I don't have that either. What is that word? Whoa. Interesting. Too many different reads on characters that haven't been introduced. Atari. Oh, atta. Okay, atta. Arimasu. Really? Really? I'm thinking of a different character for atarimasu, or that expression. What am I thinking of? It's a little bit more complicated. I think it's more like video game related. I'm thinking of katsu. Intriguing. Intriguing. Okay, 私は10年前 bat もっと
もっと
太っていません。past tense 太っていません。
ません。まし。
Oh, no.
ません。た。
No. Oh, no. We're not saying fat. I'm saying I'm not fat. I'm thinking of me saying I wasn't fat 10 years ago, but no. This is just saying I was fatter 10 years ago. Kashi. Kashi something. Umai desu. I'm gonna say let's see, sweet something. So sweet cookie. I'm gonna say something is sweet. So some sort of sweet snack. Oh no, that's how you say katsudon. Oh, just kidding. That's how you say katsudon. Okay, fair enough. Oh, that's not shi. That's tsu. Now that I look at it closer. Yeah, it's really hard to see in the Xbox. But here on this screen, better. Katsudon. Wait, you had katsudon as well? Yeah, you guys have to know that text boxes are terribly. You want a burrito now, Gozy? You should get a burrito. Yeah, honestly, there is text boxes are very disagreeable in size. Okay, we're good.
彼は痩せています。
It's 2:30 a.m. Oh, okay. I don't imagine you have 24-hour Taco Bells, do you? Cozy. Or like a DoorDash thing. I don't know if DoorDash is. あれは be like a place that's open. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? 彼は痩せています。Taco Bell is only America? No. But I can see why you would think that. Although now I'm looking at it, it's not in Ireland. So that would make sense. Yeah. I'm looking at the Taco Bell distribution. It's not in Ireland, that's fine. But it's not only America. It's like really, really far from only America. The parental ownership company is actually Chinese as well. One of the parental owners. Yeah, that's interesting. UK, not Ireland. Huh. I'm looking at this map. It's an interesting looking map where Taco Bell is. Like, it's not in Mexico either. But you have Bujam? Okay. So do they not open late? I imagine. Bujam. Bojam. Man, Taco Bell's locations are kind of wild though. Like there aren't Taco Bells in Vietnam, but right next door. Interesting. Taco Bell is a dominant yum store here. Oh, interesting, Hideyoshi.
背中
背中を
まっすぐ
まっすぐにして
く
ください。
運動するのが好きですか
What are you guys saying to each other? Something 日本語の something. Taco Bell is here in Malaysia like a few years ago only. Oh, so they made it to Malaysia only recently. I see. Pizza Hut got relegated to a Target kiosk. Yeah, I think Taco Bell is doing quite a bit better lately compared to Pizza Hut. KFC recently built a new place on this side of the Hudson. KFC on the other hand, yeah, that's actually doing really well. KFC is doing really well internationally, maybe even more so than stateside. How do I stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time? It's a plugin. You can use OBS, you can use a lot of things. There are many outlets. I use a UBS plugin. It's probably closed. I don't know if you make a exclusion for eating late. I tend to eat before I sleep. Not advisory, of course. I guess a lot of people's conventional knowledge is you don't eat certain times and you time your food. I eat when I'm hungry, and generally the time that I find that I consistently eat is right a little bit before I sleep. Oh, actually, nowadays it's at least 3 hours before I sleep because I have things to do in the evening. Today, I'm probably just gonna eat and go to bed. Gotta get Gotta go to a Thanksgiving dinner at noon tomorrow. Oh, actually, what time is it? I gotta keep track. Yeah, we gotta stay on task. Today is new vocab day for Chinese. Pizza Hut left years ago. I see. 運動するのが好きですか? I can ask this to people. Do you like to straighten? No, I'm just kidding. Do you like to work out?
このメガネを磨かないでください。
このメガネを磨かないでください. Many of them found rats in them. Okay. That's a local management issue. It's more of a reflection of the culture than the franchise. I can see you might be implying something there, but enfranchisement is worked by local management. The standards they enforce are baseline enforcements. So most of the quality control is based on the local management. And when franchises close or locations close, it's due to the lack of revenue source from the local owner. I think that's one of those like common misconceptions about quality control of franchise stores. Undo shinai. Oof. What do you say here? Oh, you're answering the question. You're saying Nihongo jouzu de. Jouzu. Super beginner desu. Okay. 日本語を勉強しましたで、6月は、多い、多いほど、言葉と、that's 文法。yeah, 文法はわかりません。fair enough. 日本語は難しい。interesting. ニューヨークそうです。Oh. Right. Neat. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, New Yorker, of course. Of course. The Taco Bell. このlet's see. このメガネを磨かないでください。磨かないで。
週末運動するのが好きです。
週末運動するのが好きです。Wait. Is this the one that I messed up? Oh, yeah. Oh, because they wanted I like. Oh, they wanted I like. Oh, wait. I guess. Or. Oh, I must have. I used was in some way. You got ChatGPT to write the right field song about rats in a pizza place? Amazing. That sounds like something an internet person would do.
足。
足。
顔が青いですよ。
顔が青いでしょ。
顔が青い
でしょ。
ですよ。
That song was a Pizza Hut ad on like the Ninja Turtles VHS. Oh, I don't recognize that one. That sounds very appropriate though. Pizza Hut and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Kawabanga. Sorry. 風をひいて Yes. 風邪をひいて頭が痛いです。
医者。
雑誌。
雑誌。
カレンダ
ー。野球。漫画。毎日歯を磨Oh, yeah. 磨いて。
浴衣。歌う。頭。
ベルト。書く。
たくさん鼻水が出ます。
たくさん鼻水。Oh, right. 鼻水。
たくさん
鼻水が
出ます。たくさん鼻水が出ます。
ご飯の前に手を洗います。
ご飯の前に手を洗います。このメガネを磨かないでください。
磨かでください。
Yeah, 鼻水。Yeah. Runny nose. I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah, so they ended up using 鼻水を出る。or a runny nose.
背中をまっすぐにしてください。
背中をまっすぐにしてください。It's not pressure teeth.
ここ
で
歯
を磨く。Right. So 磨かないでください。
磨かなでください。
Mizu comes up in a lot of idioms. Oh, I can imagine.
体。
医者。
頭。
皮。
Oh, I was thinking of something else. Just kidding. Wait. Oh no, it's not the same.
ブラウス。
It's close, but not the same.
目が綺麗ですね。
I'm gonna read that very quickly. Hmm. So that's ore, right? Ore wa nihongo. Ore wa nihongo wa jibun. Yeah, right? Jibun no benkyou shite imasu kedo. Imasu kedo. Yeah, isogashii no de jikan ga nai. So, oh, that's a good way to say study on your own. Jibun no benkyou shite imasu kedo. Okay, so because it's difficult. Nihongo no bunpo. Nihongo no bunpo wa hontou ni muzukashikute. Muzukashikute. Wait. No, wait. Nihongo bunpo wa hontou ni muzukashite something moto manabitai. No. Yes. Manabitai. Oh, dang. I'll get to know Benkyo. Wow, it's been a while, huh? 9 months. 9 months since you last studied. What is that? Tango. Interesting. What does tango mean? Is it... No. Tango moto... Learn? No. More? Or is it words? It's learning something. You want to learn more something. Mizu shobai. Job with no fixed salary, usually entertainment. Interesting. Mizu shobai. Okay. 目が綺麗ですね。Okay. Oh, what did Valentine say? 日本語の動尾は長いだけど、長いだけど、初めて一歩くださいね。Okay, メンタル全力。全力。全力。日本語を勉強します。いや。頑張って皆さん。She exercises every morning before going to work. Interesting. So every morning.
毎朝
に彼女は毎朝に運動するに前 運動する前に仕事 Oh, wait.
仕事
Before work. My bad. 仕事
前に
運動する運動する行く
行くに
Maybe like this. I think Maya is good enough for... Oh, I might need ni there too. Maybe Maya-sa.
Ni.
Don't need it. Let's try this. Yeah. 彼女は毎朝仕事を前に運動するに行く。Dang it. Oh, 仕事に行く。Okay, 前に運動する。Okay, fair enough.
それは耳の痛いお話だ。
Fair enough. それは耳の痛いを話した。This is another one too. Oh, how do I write it? Which is fine. That is painful. That story is painful to hear. I like this better. Heck the other way. またね。turn. またね。頑張って。頑張ろう。What is that in katakana? Oh, memory. Memorization. Okay. Good luck. That's Anki. Interesting. Okay. She exercises every morning before going to work. How do we do this?
彼女
So,
は
topic, right? 彼女は then 仕事 or
毎朝
毎朝
運動 仕事
So, 仕事
前
right? 仕事前 Oh, before going to work. Oh, wait.
に行く
Oh, 仕事
前
maybe like 仕事に行く前に Oh, that makes
運
sense.
する
That makes so much sense. Why didn't I think of it that way? After reworking it out, I forgot what the answer was, but after reworking it, I was like, oh yeah, before going to work. So that makes sense. Yeah, before going to work. 仕事に行く前に and then 運動する That sounds so less complicated than how I went about it the first time. Am I gonna complete this? No, we don't have time. It's 10. We have 2 hours left until midnight. So we're gonna switch over to Chinese to get a new vocab for Chinese. All right, that's a wrap. We read, spoke, messed around with a lot of Japanese today. Pretty nice and comfy. I see a lot of repeated characters that are being used that I have no point of reference for, like doll. One of the dolls get used a lot, and then a lot of the what looks like what is it? Safe. It kind of looks like Keen, but it's not. Zai? Yeah, Zai. That's the only read I have on that one. So, work in progress. Kanji's still fairly limited. Alright, folks, that's a wrap for Japanese today. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for conversing. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right, gozaimasu. Until now, mata ne. Ja ne, minasan. I'm gonna get up. I really need to go to the bathroom. Take a quick bathroom break. Get some hydration. Stretch a little bit. I'll be back for my Chinese lesson. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back. It is day 169. 169. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第160，160。9天。Got 9 momentarily. 9. Okay, so today is new vocab day, right? I do the counting thing a lot. Also in Fujonese, like sometimes I'm like, what is 4? And I would count up from the like 2 or 3 numbers away. Like, oh, what's 4? Nay, san, and then say, right? Okay. Let's quickly review Unit 2 and Unit 1. They're largely smaller units. And then long time, huh? Hello there, Arian. Hello. I'm not sure how long it's been. I lose track of time. But yes, hello. Long time. Go through a whole cycle of the playlist already. Okay. Alright, so let's start. Sorry, I had to cough. Okay, let's quickly do our unit review and head into our new vocabulary. Unit 2 was about health. No, that was Japanese. Interest, sort of.为了了解为了了解了解特别 get stuck on 特 so much 特别I'm gonna draw a box there. Let's do a box. 特别感兴趣感去爬山 功夫。推。麻将。自行车。骑自行车。文化。茶文化。历史。或者Still got nothing. We'll keep going. It might come to me. Unit 1.别忘。相信。Oh, that box. 相信。重要的会议。问题。解决。方法。 了解。先生。同事。定理。你自己。Kind of funny. Karen recently used Jibun, which 自己 and Jibun are similar. Okay. 最有钱 Imagine. Oops. Wrong radical. Forma. Bot.多长。多长。有名。强江。缓和。西安。故宫。长城。熊猫。动物。特别。Oh, I know. It's what am I thinking of for this one? Matsu. To some extent. Yeah. 特别. I feel like I'm missing a whole group. There's got to be more to this than the last unit, right? Seems so small. Yeah, it's a really small unit. Yeah, that's it actually. Alright. New vocab. Learn useful phrases. I'm kind of curious if they're idiomatic or not. Alright, useful phrases. I think you lost weight. Oh boy. Okay. 我觉得你... Oh, and we just got this in Japanese actually. And is it the same character? It most certainly is. Yaseru. Although I don't have the read on it yet in Chinese.
我觉得你瘦了。
瘦了 Okay. 瘦。我觉得你瘦了。我胖了。我胖了。10多公斤 It kind of looks like ting.
我胖了10多公斤。
斤 Okay. It's not exactly ting, but I was gonna guess. That's how. 公斤 Interesting. Kilograms. 10多公斤 Interesting. Where is the transfer count? Wait. Okay, something G. So that's definitely feeling. Oh boy. Something G. Something. Something 在哪里？
转机柜台在哪里？
Oh wait. Oh yeah, that's Thai. That's true. 转机柜。
转机柜台在哪里？转机柜台在哪里？
转机柜台。转机柜台在哪里？ Interesting. So we got 2 there. 你要去 That's the left side is different. I'm gonna say ging. We'll go with okay. Yeah, we're gonna go with ging xing something qian. Let's go with 晚钱.
我要去银行换钱。
Oh, 换 okay. 换钱 and 银。
我要去银行换钱。
银行 Oh no, wait. Oh, it's a different read.
我要去银行换钱。
银行 Oh, interesting. 银行换钱。换钱 makes sense actually to exchange. 换钱。
我要去银行换钱。
换钱。I would say 还钱。还钱 instead of 换钱。换钱。Okay. 我们要几点？我们要几点 ？Something. Something.
我们要几点退房？
退房 Oh, that's 房 as in like. Oh, interesting.
我们要几点退房？
Oh yeah, that is 退房. Tui as in the same tui as in refund and stuff. That tui fang. Oh no. 我们不需要 something 有
我们不需要导游。
导游 Interesting. 导游 Alright, useful phrases. That's a lot of useful phrases. Okay.
瘦
show. Why do you use that writing? Oh, it's the same in the Japanese thing. We just connect them. I'm just gonna write them connected. It's fine. Show. Okay. Show. Okay. Show. 去 maybe 心 oh no which is the closest 细
闷
Mun, really? Oh my gosh. Oh, I see the N, no, I see the N part though. But I was going with like sen or something. Mun, okay. Oh boy, mun.
瘦
Um,
死
Where have I seen that? 死 了解了解
了解
Oh my gosh, it's so much
闷
more 闷 Okay
闷
闷了解
死
死 Okay
或
或 Oh, I say 或 Yeah. I have to hear it again. Wait.
瘦
死
死
折
闷
闷
死
我们都很着急。
我们都很着急Interesting. So we are all anxious.
着
急 Don't know anxious. 着急 Interesting. Hmm.
我的猫昨天死了。
我的猫昨天死了 Oh, that is I was thinking, man, it really does sound like dying. I'm like, yeah, it is death. 死了 Dang. 我的猫昨天死了。
我胖了10多公斤。
我胖了10多公斤。111. Yeah, 111. I gained? Yeah. And kilos, man. I have gained 10 more kilograms. I gained more than I'm not sure if it expresses more than. So maybe it's something I have gained. No. Yeah. I'm not sure if it expresses more than. I can.
公斤
公斤 for kilogram.
他还没有回家，我着急死了。
我着急 Oh, 我着急死了 Oh, I was worried to death. Oh, how do they say? Oh, they literally say I'm worried to death. Okay. 他还没有回家。回家。我着急死了。死了。Oh, I didn't remember it plugged together, but when it's together, it makes sense. 我着急死了. It just immediately says I'm worried to death. Huh. He still has not come home. I am worried to death. Yeah. 我着急死了。
这本书很闷，我不想看了。
这本书很闷。 很闷，我不想看了。闷 it's a bad thing. Boring? I guess it's gotta be boring. This book is boring. I don't care to read it anymore. I guess, yeah. I don't. Oh, no. It's probably I don't want to read it anymore. But I read it off as I don't care to read it anymore. 书很闷，很闷。
我闷死了。
我闷死了。What the heck? It's gotten really dark.
我闷死了。
Or bored to death. Or I'm bored to death, sorry. 我闷死了。No, 我闷死了。Okay. Okay. 我的男朋友 I guess we don't need the yeah. 我男朋友生病了。I would like to take a day off to take care of him. 我男朋友生病了。我想请假。请假 I was going to use in order to, but no, don't need. Interesting. 请假 take care. It's probably the only, well...
流利
Danging is not it. Wei?
喂 照顾
照顾他的照顾的他 Make it an object? No. Oh no, they just wanted the in the boyfriend, but boyfriend is a close person, so I wouldn't have used the, but okay, that's fine. And then everything else is fine. Yeah, I was just trying to pigeonhole the in there for no reason. I have gained more than 10 kilos. Okay, what was it? 公斤
我胖
了多公斤10多公斤I'll go traveling. Can you help take care of my dog? Okay. 我会 Oh, I see. 我会去旅游。我会去旅游。可以你 or 能可以 maybe yeah
可以
可以你可以你 take care. So what was it? 照顾我的狗 help, take care. So maybe 帮
照顾
照顾我的狗吗？ Maybe they're asking for 所以 as the linker that I was looking for.
可以你帮照顾我的狗吗？
So like 我会去旅游，所以可以你帮照顾我的狗吗？ No. 我会去旅游，你可以帮我照顾我的 Oh my gosh. Really? 我照顾 Can you help me take care of my Oh, there's an implicit me in there. Okay, fair enough. Sure. Okay, sure. I think there's too many me's in there. I don't really think you need that many me's, but all right.
我
我的朋友 you know what? Heck you. I'm not gonna put that done.
男朋友
我男朋友生病了。
生病了。
In defiance.
我请假。
我请假请假
照顾。
我想
请假照顾。
我想请假照顾他。Yeah, heck you with your duh. 我会 Where are you?
我会
我会去
旅游。可以你帮我。
That's fair enough. It needs a direct object. 可以你帮我照顾我的狗吗？ What? Oh, you put knee in front of okay. All right, buddy. All right.
我会去
旅游。你可以帮我照顾我的狗吗？ I don't know about that 可以 being in front or after. Kind of have some mixed feelings about it.
可
Oh, different 可。
受死和们抽
Vinegar? All I can think about when I hear cho is I can think of vinegar. Vinegar is useful.
抽
And it does have this, which is very, very close to this. We'll see. And this thing oftentimes deal with like oils and solutions and stuff, so it could be vinegar.
他瘦了5公斤
It might be way off base, but all I can think about right now is vinegar. And the 3 condiments, right? When I think of 3 condiments, I think of soy sauce, vinegar, like at the table side, vinegar, and actually, yeah, just these 2 actually, salt and vinegar. salt and vinegar and soy sauce and vinegar. Not even salt and pepper, actually. And then like a container with like garlic, minced garlic, and then pepper flakes, some sort of chili pepper flakes, right? Oh, and oyster sauce on the side, as opposed to like ketchup, mustard, and salt and pepper. 他瘦了，哦，他瘦了5公 Oh, that's kind of funny. 5公斤because of Wukong, like Wukong. That's funny. 5公斤，
他瘦了5公斤。
5公斤。对，
我觉得你瘦了。
我觉得你瘦了。对，
请别再抽烟了。
请别再抽烟了。哦，抽烟，smoking. Please don't smoke anymore. 请别再抽烟了。Yeah, 抽烟。Alright, so it had nothing to do with vinegar. Feels bad. But that is a very common one. I'm definitely familiar with 抽烟。
我发烧，但是不咳嗽。
咳嗽。我发烧，但是不咳嗽。Like recover? Wait. I have a fever, but no cough? 咳嗽。I have a fever, but don't have a cough.
嗽。
咳嗽。Interesting. Combining smoke with... Okay.
谁能回答这个问题？
谁能回答这个问题 Ask this question or download? Wait. 回答 return answer? 回答 yeah, to 答 someone, like to 答 someone, yeah, 回答 answer. So who can answer this question? Yeah. Who can answer this question? Okay. 回答 like return response, right? A return response to the question. So answer. A reply. I think this is more closely a reply, like a response, yeah.
答。
我不明白这个句子。
我不明白这个句子。Some sort of character. Sentence. Oh, 句子. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. I don't understand the sentence. Sure. 句子。
句子。
他喜欢在喝酒后抽烟。
他喜欢在喝酒或抽烟。Oh yeah, 后 after, not 后 after 后。Oh, okay. Yeah, right. Because we had 前 and 后, after and before a thing. She likes... Oh no. What is the relation? So she likes to smoke after drinking. She likes to smoke after drinking alcohol. Oh, yeah. I guess it's implied it's alcohol, sure. It's not clear, sort of. I guess. Jiu. I guess it has alcohol.
我想买一本中文词典。
词典。中文词典。Is that really a dictionary? Wow. How did that happen? 词典。
点。
词典 and 机手 It's so far away. I kind of like 机手. I don't know about 词典. Well, there is the question mark thing. Like calling something, like what is it called? But man, no form of like relation to writing or like characters. 词典。
我想买一本中文词典。
词典。OK， 我想买一本中文词典。Okay.
词典。
词典。词典。这不是一个容易。No, it's got to be a different thing. That must be the new thing. How do I say simple? I was gonna say this is not an easy question. 容易的问题。But what do we have here? 简单。Oh, 简单。Oh yeah, 简单。
简单。
Yeah. Or what the heck?
换钱。
Oh yeah, to exchange money.
简单。
Yeah, 简单。This is so different. 简单 is the or easy. Or maybe I've been saying it wrong. 简单. No, it's 简单. Yeah, 简单. 简单 I can get behind that. 简单的问题. So 这不是这不是一个简单的问题。All right, now we're going back to reviewing. 谁能回答这个问题？ I can only answer simple questions. Oh, I can get behind this too. Although simple is very relative. Not clear enough. I would probably say as being safe, I can only answer the questions that I'm able to answer. And then the other person would say, well, how do I know which questions you can answer? I'll tell you. I can only answer simple questions. That's assuming you both know what simple is, or you agree on what simple questions are. Yeah. 我只能回答简单问题。So 我只能简单的问题。So 我只能回答简单的问题。Alright. Alright, those are pretty useful phrases.
翻
Ooh. So it has number. Like it has ban in it. Well, maybe something to do with number, something to do with studying or knowing something. Interesting. Doubling up.
翻译
Okay. Yeah. We already had yi, but was it the same radical? No. Was it?
和
I don't know what this ke is.
翻闷
men
译
yi
受
show. Okay.
译
What do
这
we
个
got?
词典应用很好。
应用很好。应用很好。这个词单应用很好。应用 something use. It's an app. This dictionary app is good.
用
Interesting
应
application. 应用 I can get behind that. 应用 Yeah, it's like a use application. Kind of sounds like it's saying use. You use 应用 Okay. 应用
我下载了很多游戏。
我下载了很多游戏。Oh, download 下载。Yeah, down 载下载了很多游戏。I downloaded a lot of games. I downloaded many games. Fair enough.
下载
下载
我用多邻国学习中文。
我用多邻国。Oh my gosh, it's Duolingo. Oh, that's good. That's good. 多邻国学习中文。Alright. I use Duolingo to learn Chinese. Well, there you go. Duolingo. That's a good one. Duolingo. The 3 characters. Okay.
你要下载多邻国的应用。你要
下载多邻国。多邻国。
应用的
应用。
你要下载多邻国的应用。
Yeah, 多邻国的应用。The Duolingo app. You have to download the Duolingo app. Oh no.
多邻国是我最喜欢的应用。
Oh no. It's subliminal useful phrases, but subliminally. Kidding. 多邻国是我最喜欢的应用。 I mean, I'm gonna be real though. There are not many apps that I use, and when I'm out of town, I end up using the Duolingo app anyways, of all the other ones. I only have a few apps.
什么语言的语法最难？
什么语言的语法？语法最难? Oh, come on. Of course. Top 5 questions being asked whenever someone language learns. It's my top 5 questions I do. Which language is the most difficult? I was gonna say to learn, but to play? No. Oh, grammar, yeah. I was like, fa. I'm like, there's no way. Fa. Okay, so that's the same fa and fa. Interesting. I can see that. I can see how that worked out. Fa. So, which language has the most difficult grammar? Which language? Which language's grammar is the most difficult? Or is it not quite the most top 10 questions? It's more which language is the most difficult, which implies the grammar and all that stuff.
语法
我们会在香港机场转机。
转机something machine, so机场转机, so airplane, or yes, airport planes. 机场转机 but planes are, oh, I guess maybe not specifically airplanes. Oh, no, wait. It could mean change. 我们会在香港机场转机 Yeah, change. We will. Oh, wait. We will.
转
Oh, it implies.
转
Oh, that's interesting. And then G. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we will change planes at the Hong Kong airport. Okay. Like change planes. Okay. Which language grammar is the most difficult?
什么语言
什么语言
最
最的 or
的
最难的
语法
语法 Wait. Oh, right. The object, yeah, fair enough. You modified the object first. I don't see how you can't, how that's unintelligible though. I can speak fluent Spanish. Oh no, how you say fluent?
我能
说西班牙语。
西班牙语着急
No.
着急流利
Oh, 流利 Oh, okay.
的流利的
I kind of want to modify 说
说西班牙语
So 我能流利的说
说
or how about we say 流利的
西班牙语
Yeah, I'm still streaming. I still got my Chinese lesson. It's not midnight yet. Still got an hour. 我能说流利的西班牙语 He's lived in China. He can speak fluent Chinese. That's a awfully presumptuous, but maybe two true statements. Has lived, has lived. 住在
中文或
住过
或
住过
在中文
他在中文住过
住或
either actually 住过
在中文
Maybe we'll do this way 在中文not
中文
I'm looking for 中国他在中国住他在中国住过
住或
住过 Well, we'll leave that for now. Oh, there, bug. Hello, bug bite. Okay. Not sure. I never knew you could live in a language. I know. I never thought you could live in a language either. Haha, ha. Actually, you can live in a language. But that would be the figuratively live. So yes, if you wanted to like run the joke even further, yes, you can live in a language figuratively. You are now. Let's see.
这
I'm not repeating that. So
说流利的中文
能说流利的中文住过在中国住过在中国 I don't know which one comes first. We'll go with this. Is it 在中国 first? Yeah. Okay. Priorities. I don't particularly think it's unintelligible either way. Let's see. Which language is that? Oh, right. They disliked how I modified after. This is why you hate Duolingo? Alright. Sounds like you have low tolerance for a lot of things.
什么
Hate is a very, very exclamatory word. But hey. If you hate Duolingo, don't use Duolingo, right?
什么
Can't help you there. They're both correct? I mean, that's fine. Learning language is not being about correct, but yeah, that's fine. It happens a lot. It happens a lot. If you hate, all I can think about is if you hate Duolingo for that, I'm not sure if if what else you hate because of something like that. Shema. Let's see. It's part of the lesson today, so whatever they want to teach, I suppose. Where are we going with it? What did I do first? What did I mess up? Oh. Sama. Sama.
语言
什么语言？什么语言？
语法的
什么语言的语法？
的
什么语言语法？语法
最
最
难的
的。Oh,
的
just kidding.
的
Let's do this. That might work. You feel like Duolingo isn't the worst app, but it isn't the best? I don't... Okay. That... If it's not good, it's not bad. Okay. You've been learning German, so you started incorporating another app called Memrise in your study? That's fine. But that's fine. I would say something that isn't bad, isn't worse or isn't bad, that includes 99.9% of things. Yeah, I agree. So you feel like Duolingo isn't worse or isn't best. Memrise isn't worse or isn't best as well. Why do you only have 3 lives? I don't know. Oh, I'm using the classroom thing, by the way. I'm in a classroom. So that's how I go about this. To test things. Yeah. When it comes to worse and best, that is definitely one way to think about things. And most things in life, 99.9% of the things, are not worse or not best. I agree. Incorporating Memrise is a good way to incorporate other tools, right? Other tools into your routine. I hope you continue to incorporate other things. And speaking of German, like the Duolingo German, the people who shared their experiences, I'm not interested in German. However, the people who did usually say mixed feelings about it. Although I have trouble believing people who only use one thing and say it's the worst or the best. So glad to hear that, yeah, when you're doing your language learning, it's sensible, right? Sensible. Let's see. What did I went with? Oh no, we shouldn't go with it. So
中国
他在中国
住
过
或
住过 Did I ever ask you, Ern, if you are learning Chinese or you already know Chinese? I remember you said you already learned Chinese or have known Chinese or speak Chinese, and then you're just learning Japanese because it's interesting to you. Is that you? Obviously, there are a lot of people who I've encountered that may have a background in Chinese. And for me, like the grammar structure and stuff, that's also a point that you'll see me swap back and forth. Okay. All right. Good. 能说
流利
的中文。Okay. Halfway there. Okay. And then now we have the multiple. You don't pay for Dual Super and Memrise as the AI chatbot for free, but it's not a hard app to go around. Okay. Such as to find the practice mistakes, you have to go to known words, then review learning. Yeah. Plus, you can only review the specific questions you got wrong without going back to the whole lesson. Yeah, that's the way they're designed. Okay. Yep. Sounds good. But your Chinese sucks because I was small. I hate watching Chinese programs and just watched Disney and Nickelodeon. You can watch them in Chinese though. Nickelodeon and Disney are two of the biggest companies that publish multiple language stuff. So yeah, plenty of things. Yeah. I just hate Chinese when I was small and still now. Okay. It sounds like you hate a lot of things. But what I hear is you can still watch Disney and Nickelodeon in Chinese. They tend to be localized multiple times. Actually, I've been watching Nickelodeon in Chinese and Japanese recently.
银行
Ying Hang. So we have the new read of Xing. Ying Hang. Interesting. There's still metal in there. And then kind of B metal. B metal. B metal. Okay. Okay, B metal. I don't know, I'm sorry if you're being rude. It's just American English sounded more soothing to you. Oh no, I don't think you're being rude. I'm making observations about how there are a lot of things you don't like, but you can honestly also choose to do them differently if you wanted. It could change the outcome, I suppose.
银行
I don't think you're being rude to me. There's very little things you can do to be rude to me. I'm not one that is heavily influenced by people's opinions.
附近有没有银行
附近. Oh my gosh, for a moment there I thought they were going there. 附近有没有? Oh yeah, 有没有银行? Oh. Wait. 附近. Oh, no. Just kidding. 附近. Is there a bank nearby? Or around here? That works too. You saw in the Discord that you read The Fault in Our Stars. How did you like it? You were looking at buying it? I quite enjoy John Green's books. I think The Fault in Our Stars is fantastic. It resonates with adversity, right? Making the best of the times you have, and you can be on the one side where you're young teenager, like if you're a young adolescent seeking to want to find redeeming qualities in one's life. That's great. I'm an older person, like a much older person, so John Green is a father who, like, I don't know if you know John Green at all. He shares a lot of his things, like a lot of his tangential life and his struggles and whatnot that he overcomes. So he's a father who more or less cope with and manages anxiety and whatnot. So when I was reading the book, well, I didn't technically read the book. I listened to the audiobook. The book from a prospective father figure or someone who's like middle age and looking into the perception of the kids makes me really tugs at my heartstrings, because that's how I often talk and interact with younger people. Like rarely do I ever interact with anyone my age or even older. when that happens, though, it's a whole different dynamic. But generally speaking, I really enjoy John Green's books. The author, John Green's books, from the lens of an older person, from the lens of a middle-aged person, which John Green is, I think he's about 10, he might be within 10 years older than I. So, I also recently listened to Turtles All the Way Down, right? His other book. And his new book, not sponsored by John Green, by the way. I really like him as a parasocial person. Like, I have a parasocial bond, I feel like, with this person. His next one is about tuberculosis, so what have you. I also, his first book that I actually listened to was Anthropocene Review. So he's a pretty interesting fellow, the way he writes his books. The movie is pretty good too. I watched the movie afterwards. So if you haven't already watched the movie, I think it does very well. It does very well to represent it. I read and watch a lot of those type of things though. Like, so I might be a wee bit biased, maybe a little, maybe quite biased. I read about social conditions, mental, like very depressing, espresso stuff all the time. It's how I try to connect with people's potentially seeing and resolving problems.
国内
What? 国内 What? 国内 Interesting. So country, something domestic?
国
国内
内
Yeah, so within country?
内
Yeah, within country. Yeah, 国内 Fair enough. This is oh, that's a Japanese too for within. Nice. Tennai. Tennai is what I'm thinking of right now. Tennai, which is inside a store. Tennai. Ne. Interesting. Or ne. Sounds like right now you're reading Red Rising and the Mistborn series. Oh, fantasy. But you'll read it after? It's definitely different from Red Rising and Mistborn, but that fantasy is great too. I think fantasy has a way of portraying certain things. I like fantasy when it portrays those kind of things. So like, I know this is gonna sound a little cliche, but you know, Tolkien fantasy has a lot of that, which it evaluates the human condition using fantasy. So it's whimsical and whatnot, and then like my interest, for example, I'm not the target demographic for like Harry Potter, for example. However, I read and listen to I listen to all of Harry Potter with Stephen Fry. My inclination to read those things are from the perspective of trying to understand people who read those. So like, what is J.K. Rowling like targeting, like the way the person is writing? So I love fantasy in that way now quite a lot. Like how fantasy represents or projects the writers like thinking and whatnot. Mistborn, huh? Mistborn series. I'm not sure if I know enough about the Red Rising. About anything related to Red Rising. It's a trilogy, right? Red Rising trilogy. Or maybe more. You really read anything and like most books, but you refuse to touch romance. Oh. So, I'm gonna have to give you a disclaimer then. Fault in Our Stars is kind of romancy. Kind of. So I would, you'll probably get some romance in it to some extent. It's the reconciling of having limited time with other people. Like a chance encounter where comfort meets grief. One can find comfort and solace in great grief and fatalism. Like generosity of love is a great weapon against the hand you're dealt in life. You can get past like a slut pot, but I can't sit down and read a book like, oh, okay. I'm not familiar with it, but I think I get the idea. Akatar, interesting. Do I know? I look at book covers to remind me if I know what they look like. Oh, yes. Okay. I see. Interesting. Wow. Oh. Sorry, I read a synopsis. So you're a book reader. That's pretty neat. You know, I don't hear that very often nowadays.
你们要去国内机场。
I read a lot of things, but I don't read books very often. I listen to books though. I tend to listen to books. I'm very hearing dominant when it comes to like frequency of stuff. I find hearing people's like voice and whatnot very soothing and hypnotic when they're reading books.
你们要去国内机场。
你们要去国内机场 Is that what I heard?
国内机场。
Domestic airport?
你们要去国内机场。
你们要去国内机场。
国际。
国际。International. Oh, wait. Oh. They ended up using... Oh, that makes sense. Oh, I thought they might use Y instead, you know? That could have been okay, using Y. 国外, but 国际, okay.
国
际. Okay.
国际，这里是国际机场吗？这里
是国际机场吗？国际机场吗？
我的电话要充电。
充電. Oh, 充電. Yeah. Oh, this checks out with Japanese. 充電. I feel like there was a radical added to this, but no. Yeah, 充電. Interesting. Didn't get it in Duolingo yet, but already know it. 充電 to charge. 我的电话要充电。It's more like saying it's not, it doesn't have need in it. It's more like saying my phone needs charging, as opposed to I need to charge my phone. My phone needs charging. Yes, you do a lot of reading and have been focusing on media studies. Interesting. Usually movies, because the final project is to make a movie, but we study how creators use specific words and set design to convey meaning. Ah, are you in a scholastic institution for media studies, or is this a like a studying project on behalf of like a personal interest project or whatnot? I originally wanted to do movie direction and whatnot when I was younger, but science was so appealing, so I ended up pursuing science. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that I abandoned all my hobbies as a generalist. Personal interest? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Make a movie, huh? Yeah, we could talk about cinema, writing, and sound design and all that for days. However, we'll visit that every once in a while, here and there. I certainly am always I'm certainly 99% of the time I'm open to procuring and sharing media studies. I like studying from the perspective of the creator. So most of the time, like engaging in app design, for example, app design and video game design, that the challenge and interest is often talking about the target audience's interaction with a piece of creative content, and then the developer's intent, right? The creator's intent. Most of the time that circumvents a lot of the actual context that I have sentimental interest in. So if that aligns, it's even better, right? It's extra. So I tend to read and engage in social media content per se, which I do include entertainment and whatnot as an interface to understand people and the creator. In this case, John Green is most definitely, going back to the original the thing about this interaction. John Green is someone who is very articulate and consistent at expressing his viewpoint without like necessarily needing to actually know the person, right? Yeah, he has many things that I would say I can resonate with quite a lot. Having a creator that you can resonate is quite a rarity when it comes to the social media space, or the media space in general. At least for myself. Personally, I feel that way about myself. Not sure other people find it as difficult.
转机柜台在哪里？
转机柜台 yeah. Oh, it's just 柜台. I don't have 转机. 转机柜台在哪里? So which part is which? 转机 is the machine part.
转
Oh yeah. Oh no, that makes sense. So 转机 changing. Oh, transfer
转
counter.
在台
That makes sense now. Okay. They introduced 转机 earlier to change lanes. Interesting. Okay. And Thai makes sense. Huh. 柜台.
我想充值100块。
充值. 我想充值100块. I want to exchange? Change up? Top up? Okay, top up. Fair enough. 充值. Oh. Yeah, oh no. 充值. Top up. I want to top up 100 yen. You've been focusing on Hall's reception theory, which is the authors encode something and the audience decodes the point. Interesting. This can be in 3 ways: getting the point directly and agreeing, getting the point directly but disagreeing, or creating your own intent that's different from. Oh, okay. And are you attempting to engage in that from all 3 perspectives? Like initially developing like your engaging in a specific way with a particular mindset and then trying it again in a different way. And then, so I feel like, I guess there's an order of operations or a preferential thing. Oftentimes after reading like a piece, I would do what I agree with, what I disagree with, what can be decoded, what I don't know, and then asking myself how it could be creatively used for someone else. So yeah, so you find your mindset, then do interviews with others and see if they get a different view. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, so the follow-up, right? So when you read something, for example, you may be able to discern it, and there are things going to be that you can discern and not discern. And then those things that you can discern, you can agree or disagree. And then after the fact, I think we slightly differ, however, not so much. Creating your own intent that is different from the author's intent. I like to see how the stuff that you agree and disagree can be used to interact with other people. That in itself creates the different intent, or become like, can be used to spawn your own like emergent viewpoint about the author's work. So like John Green, for example, I mentioned what I know of him that he freely shares, and I already knew this stuff. Then I listened to his book, right? I listened to his book, and there are things agreeing or disagreeing. And then at the same time, I have some element of understanding of the author's background, and then trying to decipher his intent. However, myself then would use that product, like we're having this discussion now, of my own intent to interpret it, while also making sure that he is represented in his intent to the best of my ability. And then watching the movie demonstrates a different level of intent, in which what is the director's intent in representing the author's intent through a different medium, right? And that's probably all of the above, whatever. Like, I imagine all of this is probably somewhere in there. But yeah, getting different viewpoints. It's almost electric how a piece of work that can elicit different viewpoints become so exponentially intriguing, at least in my opinion. I'm a little biased towards that. A piece of work that maybe is intended to be straightforward, for example, like very direct, whether you agree or you disagree kind of thing on a sleeve, I think that's great for consistent general audience appeal. I can't say I am the target audience most of the time when it comes to the stuff I choose to watch or listen. The stuff that might be mainstream and stuff, I like other people to share with me what their intent is before I engage in it. So when someone like is incredibly infatuated with something, rather than them telling me how infatuated they are, if they are able to demonstrate that they are incredibly infatuated with it, then I read or engage with the source of media based on their intent. So it's like someone else's viewpoint on a piece of work in which I bring my viewpoint into doing it. So I've watched recently I watched Culinary Class Wars. This person that I know enjoys Korean programming, and it was the first time they really enjoyed a cooking competition, cinematography. And I've engaged in a couple of them already from different regions, right? Like British, especially the British Broadcasting Channel, that kind of thing. There's so much to be talked about when it comes to creating a piece of work, creating a piece of artwork, be it writing, sound, etc. Interesting. May I ask how long you have been considering this project? How long has it been? This personal interest. I need to go to the bank to exchange money.
我要
我要去换钱。
银行
换钱。
我们
Oh, and German. That's interesting too. Now that you've mentioned like filming and media and stuff, German. May I ask what your motivation is behind German?
我们
Excuse me. 请问
我们在
Where can we?
哪里在
在哪里？
我们
在哪里？
换钱
换钱可以换钱。
可以换钱
I think this works. What did they go with? 请问我们可以在哪里换钱 Okay, fair enough. Wait, it's a class I'm taking. We started in September and we'll start creating the movie in December. It is due in May. Oh, I see. Start creating the movie in December. It's been a while since I've met someone who went into an academic setting for creating movies. So I take it this is a university project, perhaps. I find it's very uncommon still, I think. Perhaps it's gotten down to the earlier years, but I feel like this is more of a university project. And Hull's reception theory, that sounds like something beyond the scope of high school, but I could be entirely way off base. It's been a very long time since I been in high school. You started learning German because a lot of people around you know German? Oh, that is very convenient. That is great, actually. I imagine you have an opportunity in the future to speak with your peeps. Fair enough. Very practical response. Very appropriate choice. Here, bank around here.
附近
附近ね? Is there a bank around here? 附近有没有
语法
No, not
语法银行
Okay. Okay.
导游
Okay, I have 21 minutes. It's 15 minutes, and then we gotta create our mnemonic. Oh, I just lost my pen. All right, it didn't roll. Dao Yo. Right? Dao Yo. What is that character?
导
Why does it look like it's blebbing out? Huh. Oh, it's that character. Oh, it just looks like it's too close. Fair enough. Resolution.
导游，
导游。
我们不需要导游。
我们不需要导游。对。
你没有订房吗？
你没有订房吗？订房。订房吗？Book a room? Yeah, 订房。Did you book a? 你们 did y'all book a room? 你们有订房吗？
我要取消订房。
我要取消订房。Oh, cancel. 取消。Yeah, it's to cancel. No. I want to cancel my room booking. I guess. That sounds fine. So your high school. Oh, so it is high school. So your high school has this program called Cambridge, which is a college in England. Yes, I'm aware. Yeah, I've worked with your school district to offer the course. The class is called AS Media Studies and will, if I pass the exam, get college credit. Yes, college prep courses. Fair enough. If I do well enough, I can take AL Media Studies, which is a harder version. AS is a college junior course, while AL is a college senior course. Oh, okay. Interesting. So you live in a place in that location that has a lot of people that know German. That's interesting too. Huh. Yeah. It's funny that the program is called Cambridge. Wait, so is a program called Cambridge because this is a English college? Like there's an English as in England college? Or is it just happened to name Cambridge after the college? Or both, I suppose. Or neither. I don't know if there just could be a neither. But that's kind of funny that the program's called. It's named after the college and your place. I'm guessing then. Ooh, it's kind of late, isn't it? Kind of. And I'm guessing you're overseas across the Atlantic. I'm from the East Coast, by the way. I'm in the East Coast of the United States. More or less. East Coast. Yeah, Cambridge. Quite a prestigious name for sure. Next to Oxford, right? Oxcam. Oxcam, as I refer to it in my old university days. The two goats. Oxford and Cambridge. So high school. Wow, you guys get started very early. High school. How may I ask, how influential are Eastern cultures in media studies these days? I noticed that when you listed a bunch of like when you're listing viewpoints and whatnot, and then you had some references as you're talking about your media studies, I noticed an absence of Eastern resources. So things like Kurosawa, for example. Kurosawa, or maybe even something like Miyazaki. Something of Japanese variety. Oh, you're in Florida. Oh, okay. So you're not overseas. Oh, that's interesting then. That's even funnier that the program is called Cambridge. And the Cambridge program is a worldwide program. Okay, you can still take the AS Media Studies if you're say in India. Okay, fair enough. Florida, huh? So we're in the same time zone. Okay, another Floridian. Interesting.
取消
取消. What else can I think of when it comes to rising Eastern influence?
我没有国际漫游。
Yeah, when I think of like Fallen Our Stars, I definitely pivot a lot to older seinen content in the anime space. Like actually a lot of the more prominent but niche anime movies deal with subject matters that are romance subplotted, but generally speaking, they are involved in very adversity prone depiction of contemporary teenage life. They're usually coming of age movies. The course sadly only looks at media sources that originate in English language. Oh, okay. Even if your country's national language is Spanish, like Spain, you'll still have to do everything. Ah, okay. That's fair enough. On the topic of German, right? And it's also largely transliterated or translated in English. Have you watched the TV show Dark? I know you mentioned fantasy. However, I feel like fantasy sometimes can bridge into like sci-fi or paranormal stuff. That tends to be a different form of fantasy, right? A dark fantasy, if you will. But dark sci-fi. I think Dark is kind of borderline dark sci-fi fantasy. It's kind of a little mix. But that is the most probably internationally acclaimed thing that I can think of outside of Germany or outside a German writer and producer. It's a great one. It's a pretty awesome one. 我没有国志漫游国志漫游 slow travel roaming. I don't have international roaming. 漫游
游
Okay. Interesting. Wait, what? 漫游 Yeah, international roaming. Like when I thought of roaming, I'm like slow travel. I'm like roaming sounds okay. Churn has come to our side. You do like sci-fi? Interesting, Bug. May I ask, have you read any sci-fi recently? Again, keep in mind, like, I want to emphasize, I don't read very much. I like to hear what other people's interests are, and if they talk about it, and I like to collect stories so that I can be inspired to want to be interested in something. So I don't actually know what people read in terms of sci-fi these days. A lot of the shows that I read are adaptations of book reading or like various book series. However, I don't get the opportunity to enter discussions about book series too often, largely because avid reading is fairly uncommon at the moment. Obviously, because we're on Twitch and there's a pre-selection for different types of media. I just say roaming data, these words, I just say in English. Yeah, me too. Me too. You never use the Chinese words? Yeah, me too. Like, for example, okay. Nah. 很好, no, just say okay. But what I mean by that is there's no right or, like there's no right or wrong here going on. But my parents say okay, well, most of the time. Like, 我是 okay. Oh, I mean, 不错is pretty nice. 不错, right? But it's like okay, right? Okay. With me being around German, it's not like my area speaks German. It's my father has taken German classes. I want to learn to have a better relationship. Oh, that's really cute. Both your first languages are English. Oh, that's even cuter that you're sorry. It warms the heart to hear younger people interacting with their folks, especially through a secondary hobby. I can't emphasize how uncommon that is when you're pre-selected for an internet culture. Like, the pre-selection behavior for internet, using the internet and being stuck with, like, being engrossed in the internet tends to take you away from family. So it's really, really adorable. And like, I find it absolutely heartwarming that meeting younger people who would interact with their parents through a secondary hobby, right? That's really awesome. Especially, that's even crazier that your father is interested in secondary language acquisition, and also you're interested in a way that you could share it with your father. That's fantastic. And also one of your favorite teachers from Germany before moving to the US, so you went to, oh, that's really cute. That's awesome. You honestly had a hard time telling the difference between sci-fi and fantasy, but like a sci-fi book I read recently, I forget the name of it, but it's about a child trapped in a communist Slavic nation. If I remember, it was based off of a play in Romania, but it isn't a true story. Unfortunately, I am not cultured enough for that one. It sounds a communist Slavic nation. It sounds so familiar, although I might be thinking of something else. Like, I might not be thinking about a communist Slavic nation. I might be thinking something like Schindler's List and stuff, like Holocaust and stuff, like anti-Semitism, kind of anti-Semitic type of piece. Oh, you're a huge history geek? Oh. Then there's no shortage of those type of filmmaking. Like, I imagine you went back to the classics at some point, like Schindler's List. Oh, one that I really enjoyed that is a diamond, like a hidden gem. I think the movie is called Counterfeiter. This is a non work of fiction, but I think it has grounds in realistic. It's either Counterfeit or Counterfeiter. I don't remember. And there's a lot of movies that go by Counterfeiter, so I don't know which one. I think it's called Counterfeiters. Maybe. 2007? That sounds about right. Hang on, let me read the synopsis here. The film begins shortly after the end of Second World War with a man arriving in Monte Carlo. Yes, this is the one. Counterfeiters. It's a German film. So sorry, I'm making deliberate attempt to integrate the information that you're giving me. So you mentioned German, and it's a really good English film per se, like an English film, sort of. And the Counterfeiters, the 2007, I thought that was really, really wonderful. You wish you could look at Schindler's List, but the course requires you to study pieces released after 2021. Okay, because any later than 10 can change because of a cultural change. Yeah, cultural shifts. Fair enough. So 2021, interesting. So in terms of like history geek buff and stuff, I imagine you watch like Dunkirk and stuff, right? Like war films and whatnot. When it comes to oh no, that's 2017. That's not soon enough. What was a more recent Dunkirk? It was a more recent one. Which battle was it? I think it was a World War II thing. Oh, that means we can't like talk about Flags of Our Father or Letter from Iwo Jima or something. 1917, I think is 2021. Oh yeah, 1917. Yes. That's right. That's right. Wow, 2021. Dang. That's a big cutoff. Wow. There's some really good historical ones that I can think of. Yeah, I quite like trying to understand history and consume media as well. And also, I know you said any later the intent can change because of a cultural change. I like that aspect of movies, where movies, the meaning and stuff changes as the world moves on, right? As the world continues to shift, right? And a lot of times war films, when it comes to history, depictions of war and their meaning has shifted a lot of times. So intentionally revisiting those things and to elicit a lot of discussion. In your report, you talked about how the filmmaker tried making the movie look like one take. Oh, yeah. There are a lot of... It's just a one take. Actually, you know what's really interesting about that is it seems to be like a very... It's almost like an art form nowadays to make a film look like a one take. Cue your standard Kevin Foggy productions when it comes to Marvel MCU productions. There is quite a lot of digital, quote unquote, digital one takes. I call that as an excuse because I think there's a really important art form that involves masking and producing, quote unquote, a digitally aided one take, as opposed to your much older standard of one takes, which goes back to Chinese cinema. Actually, I think arguably when it comes to, debatably, of course, I'm generalizing here, careful, some of the oldest gold standards of one takes deal with stunt work, right, in martial arts films, and they go back to Eastern influence, especially Chinese dominated media when it comes to the popularization of that particular one take. I do enjoy the others though, where the one take is a gigantic, it's kind of like a play, right? Movies that adopt plays where the whole scene is done in one take, where there's discussion, the person gets up, the camera doesn't move, it's like largely a static or slight moving camera, but the whole dialogue follows the entire room. So you know, you get the people talking very seriously, then get up, like, there's no transition. You just see the person walk into an open frame where you can like the kitchenette or something, then come back, sit down, and the dialogue continues. Oh wait, you can't do... Oh yeah, Coen Brothers would be too late. There are some really excellent pop culture, but they're not they're pre-2021 one takes where it involves dialogue and just sudden silence between people. I think Japanese films, especially older Japanese films, do very long-standing one takes. You're are speaking of doing a you're thinking of doing a study on Bollywood movies. Yeah, that's a good one. There are definitely Bollywood is. I recently got into Bollywood because of this is gonna sound cliche, but I think the hype and wholesomeness of Corridor Crew is probably why I got recently like, yeah, I should really watch some Bollywood. So naturally, my first Bollywood movie was RRR recently, and then I watched other Bollywood movies since then. But RRR was that was it's almost as different as Chinese cinema is to other things, especially when you go back to like things, the first Western exposure like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Heroes, and like the trilogy, and then House of Flying Daggers, right? That type of cinema is like incredibly commonplace in Chinese cinema, but seeing the mix and the introduction to how it can get into Western culture, like break into the Western audience, is fantastic. The amount of Western appeal has fallen off by 60% in the past 20 years. Yes, I would say 60% sounds very reasonable. Like to the point where that's very conservative. Yeah, Westernization of things is fading due to I feel like it's a transitional novelty. Basically, like as the transition happens, it will transition back. I feel like media tends to go back and forth. Like there's a transition point where emergent desires come in, and then the novelty sits, and then nostalgia kicks in, and there's a revisiting. So you have like periods where you go through novelty transition, it settles, then there's remakes, and then a resurgence of repeated, right? It's kind of like a cyclic manner that kind of drifts a little. So like the next iteration of stuff will happen. I feel like Western appeal will come back again in a more kind of modified version, and then it'll go back and forth. So at least I feel like I lived long enough to see that now. At least one cycle. We are definitely in the remake stage right now with so much live action adaptations to like rekindle, to try to recapture, and then create a more emergent property of Western influence things, right? Eastern is definitely on the high at the moment. So it's very difficult to not see like, oh, yes, to the east. Oh, how many things can we throw in that has an Eastern flair to it, right? And it's no coincidence that I'm also learning Chinese and Japanese and whatnot. It's an interesting time to live. And then the remix stage is trying to create a second resurgence of rekindling Western influence. Yep.
我们要几点退房?
Speaking of that, I recently saw the trailer for How to Train a Dragon, the live action How to Train a Dragon. And my first thought is, ooh, I hope I'm curious what they do with the target audience's reception to possibly changing Toothless, the dragon, into an actual lizard, right? Is it going to be like a Super Mario Brothers original film situation where Yoshi became a lizard, as opposed to, you know, Sonic the Hedgehog's approach where there was a great outcry and they reverted it? No, Toothless looks like Toothless. Sorry, that's something of the most recent memory. It's been like 3 days since I saw the trailer. I'm like, oh, okay, that's an interesting intent, right? That's what now that we're talking about like viewer intent, like creators and writers and visual artists, their intents, watching trailers is fun because you kind of know like, oh, okay, so they decide to go that way. Interesting. Yeah, Toothless looks like a high-res Toothless. It's a very short teaser, so you can probably see it in less than a minute and see what your thoughts are. 我们要一点退房. 退房. What? What time do we need to 会房 check out? Sounds right. 会房 yeah.
你怎么翻译这个句子？
你怎么翻译 Oh, that's not how that went. 翻译自己 Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it deals with studying and and understanding. Okay. 翻译 translate. 翻译这个句子 How to translate sentence.
我觉得我的翻译是对的。
First thing off the bat, how did Peacock out of everyone get the rights? Oh, that's a fair question. That's a I was thinking maybe, sorry, I was looking up maybe like they had like a deal or something, or their parental company had a deal maybe, but I don't see anything obvious. Yeah, I don't see anything obvious on deals for it. I like the fades from one scene to another, but some of the cuts need like 1 or 3 frames taken away. Oh, I hadn't looked at it that closely. Interesting. I look forward to hearing about your movie. You said May, right? So you have next semester. I look forward to hearing how your movie turns out and what you guys decide to do. And I imagine it's a group project, right? So you're working with other peers? I mean, you could be a superstar and do it all on your own. I feel like I'm not a particular person to speak about thinking one is a superstar, but I can imagine a younger person might be aspire to single man their first movie project.
我觉得我的翻译是对的。
我觉得
我觉
得呢？
我觉得我的翻译是对的。
我的翻译。
我的翻译。我觉得我的翻译是对的。
是对的。Oh, okay.
是对的。
I feel like my translation is correct. Or is right.
我们可以在哪儿买电话卡？
我们可以在那儿买电话卡。Oh, my parents used to do this all the time. You must complete as a solo project. Oh, and it will be sent to Cambridge University. Oh, interesting. So it is a solo project. Oh. Wow. Wow. I wonder what Cambridge's stake is in producing new encouraging and producing new filmmakers. Where can we buy phone cards? I'm actually kind of curious how relevant phone cards are anymore. It is kind of poetic that Duolingo used something about phone cards. That is something that's part of my childhood, especially concerning my parents. Oh, a phone card. I missed the article. It's an article.
电话卡。
Yeah, 电话卡。
多邻国说我的翻译是错的。多邻国。
多邻国
是说。
多邻国说，我的翻译是错的。
错的。
It says Duolingo says my translation is incorrect. Or was wrong. Of course. Right after I forgot my article. My English article. Other people in the class can be actors, but each person must submit their own project, okay. And did I say while creating the movie we have to write 50 to 100 blog posts comparing our projects to other movies? Ah, peer review. Or peer comparison. That's pretty interesting. I like it. A developer's blog with a constructive component. That's pretty great, actually. The reason why I would say it's great is because it's culturally relevant to be able to communicate how your movie may appeal, like the appeal and the PR regarding that, because those things are a natural component of movie making now. I would say during my time, right? I'm fairly old. So the last time I considered being entrenched in movie design and whatnot was close to 20 years ago now. Actually, it was 20 years ago. It's a little over 20 years ago. The thought of needing to be able to do blog posts and doing like public comparisons and whatnot would be unheard of due to the exchange of word of mouth and stuff is not as intrinsically hyper real as the internet culture time. But man, that's interesting, and I think that's a really great real world thing. That is interesting. I would love to like read your blog sometime when you start doing that. Yeah, this is true for other creative projects. If you want to be a game developer, for example, Discord at minimum, really, some sort of social media update and presence, you know, a public appearance, have someone manage your like community outreach, right? Have a CM, a community manager, or do it yourself kind of deal if you're a one-man show, a one-person show. Yeah. Oh, and you forgot to say it's only the opening 2 minutes, but you must write out the story for the rest of them. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's very reasonable for a semester project. Actually, 2 minutes sound incredibly long. A well-crafted 2 minutes. Oh, have you ever watched movie shorts? Like internet movie shorts? There's lots of film interest in that. So people do lots of animated shorts. Tons of film festival related animation shorts. And those are like about 2 to 3 minutes with an inclination of what the other story is. And they can capture like interested bodies to like lead to movie productions for that too. You were thinking of playing on the idea of liminal spaces and twisting the mind? Oh, that gives you a lot of flexibility on what you're gonna do. You're starting to remind me of like now I'm starting to think of like a David Lynch situation here. Low key, I'm just shooting blanks, right? Because I'm not a director anymore. Like I don't have aspirations to make movies or something. When I think about my younger self, like when I was a teenager, I think the closest thing I would probably make during that time is probably a Hitchcock film. Today, I believe the Hitchcockian stuff is Wes Anderson. So probably a movie like Wes Anderson, where they deal with the framing and the cinematography part, the direction in a very eclectic way. And then the actors are something that bolsters the cinematography, not the other way around. Back in my day, quote unquote, we used Alfred Hitchcock as the like source of inspiration to delve into cinematography, like how staging works, motifs, analyzing like very creative liberties on staging in general. Nowadays, because of the advent of natural environments and the excelling of other easy to access live action things, you don't necessarily have to stage things anymore, right? Although I really enjoy when directors still do that. Especially, it's kind of still true for fantasy and sci-fi. However, due to the advent of like CG reproduction, like the fidelity of CG reproduction, you don't have to stage things. You can use it as is, like create a photorealistic environment that has the bells and whistles. I still quite like the staging stuff that directors do. It really communicates a lot about the director's intent. So like Wes Anderson would be my most modern and most recent representation of someone who still does movies like the old days, or movie as a platform. Like the director has a platform. It's not necessarily just the performance of the actors and whatnot. It's also the staging and whatnot. Because the movie is live action. You can only look at live action shows and movies. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Interesting.
取消
取消取消
邻居
what is 邻居 邻居 oh, just kidding. Oh, 邻居 oh, that's a good point. Right, the same 居邻居咳嗽
咳嗽
语法
银行
我们可以在哪儿买电话卡？
How did I screw this up? Where can... Oh, I missed the article. Where can we buy a singular phone card? Grammar check. Oh, it's after midnight? Oh, okay. I just had an amazing idea. I live near a huge nature preserve. You could use it as a backdrop, but like the movie can be about someone who knows German and their struggles in America. That's great. It can also be the reverse, right? It can even be like semi-autobiographical if you want it, right? That would get your... I don't know how comfortable your father is with camera, but it could end up being all of the above. The journeys of a American family seeking like ways to bond in the target language. That's it practically writes us up. I feel like a lot of times some of the most emotional pieces and sentimental pieces obviously root in some almost semi-autobiographical nature when it comes to like live action indie films. This is also to link back to what I originally said about John Green, because yes, people can see the links and they're semi-autobiographical, like it's projected through his work. Especially books tend to have that type of element to it. And in my opinion, this is a personal bias. I don't think it's more of a general audience thing. I like when you can connect with the author through their work. It feels like it makes the piece of work a lot closer. Your family is not German at all. I'm like 73% Irish and the rest is a mix of French, German, and Italy. I see. I wasn't talking about like connecting with your heritage roots, but the idea of language learning, connecting with a different culture than your own is a very Americana thing for me personally. So you don't have to be German or Italy, French to have a very relatable desire to connect with a different culture. So what I was suggesting was that you can integrate all of the above and even have your father get involved with your filmmaking. Ultimately, lots of sentimentalism. When one, I see what you're saying, that might be a cool idea. Yeah, I feel like, what can I say? I'm a sucker for someone who pours their soul into their work, right? And what more appropriate in pouring your soul into your work than quite literally having what defines you as a projection in your movies? Cue all like the music, right? Music, art, sound. There's something really special about that. And your creativity and stuff can be bolstered by it. Like it just flows off the page, if you will. Like I have no problems learning Japanese and Chinese because I don't need to be motivated to be interested in Japanese or Chinese. It's part of me. I'm saying this in a sense that I'm not Japanese. My parents are Chinese, but I'm American. So connecting with something in a way makes content creation. We'll call it content creation. I know movies and stuff are a very different dimension, but content creation is one that if one aligns their sentiments, it's effortless. It's effortless and also transformative. Largely, I hope in the future that when people interact with each other, like online and stuff, they also earnestly interact in that way. Nowadays, I do feel like that's not the social norm. The social norm when it comes to interacting is using pedantic and or recursive thinking to present cases with unemotional feelings, right? Like for example, oh yeah, I'm just gonna spam this meme, right? That's funny because everyone else finds it funny. So I find it funny. And it doesn't tell me very much about that other person, right? So I can't, I love to see people be creative. And you're literally in a career in which you must be creative, right? It's required that you be creative. I hope that other people, like young as you, are able to like hold jobs and do whatever they do, but still also continue to be creative and have wholesome motivations. I think it's necessary, in my opinion. Like, it's almost entirely necessary in order to live a very healthy and happy life. Look forward to hearing what you end up creating. You're also a huge band nerd and getting a new instrument for Christmas. Oh yeah, I'm not surprised that you're interested in music in some way. You sound like a director to be. For Christmas, you could take classical German songs. Oh, and play in the background. Yo, man. Yeah, that sounds amazing. You got the whole scoop. I imagine you have equipment too, right? Filming equipment. How do you go about filming equipment these days? Are you gonna do like gimbal, pick up your any traditional smartphone maybe? You probably already have a smartphone. Break out some filters, some lenses, or are you going like classic high, like a SLR, like a motion capture SLR or something camera? You don't really have plans to continue media studies after high school, but it's really interesting. You currently want to major in computer science. Fair enough. Yeah. To me, that basically emphasizes what I'm saying. I hope you continue to be interested in media studies, as a personal interest, while you pursue all the things that are practical and applicable. I think divesting a little bit in one's personal passions keep one lively and energetic, while pursuing very real and practical things. That's an encouragement from myself that I didn't do when I was younger. So that's a suggestion, obviously. I did not do any of these things. I did not practice what I preach today because it's more like retroactive. It's in retrospect most of the time. You use your phone, and your music stand has a phone holder, so I use it as Steadicam and then use DaVinci, yeah, great for editing, fair enough. Sounds good.
我们可以在哪儿买电话卡？
我们可以在那儿买电话卡。Okay. Don't mind me. I'm gonna try to complete my lesson today, and then yeah, we can totally chat about it more so as you get closer. I imagine you're ending your semester soon, or I guess your high school, like you're about to be out for vacation soon, right? I don't know how high schools work in terms of winter vacation these days, especially the US. I know that sounds weird. I don't get a chance to talk to high school students too often. They don't usually stick around for these type of conversations. Usually they say something about like the next viral thing and then leave on with the wind. This week off, then you go back for 3 weeks, then Christmas break is 2 weeks. Okay. All right, so not too much have changed. So you have fall break, Thanksgiving week, and then 3 do your final exams, and then Christmas into New Year's, and then you get back after New Year's. I see. Are you enjoying? What are you gonna do for Thanksgiving? Now that you're a Floridian that I know of, what do you guys do for American Thanksgiving? Bug. My boyfriend is sick. Take a day off. Okay, so how do I screw this up too? Oh, 我的男朋友。我的男朋友生病了。我想请假。照顾他。OK， 我会去旅游。可以。你可以帮我。You're going to your relative's house? What do you usually do? If I may ask. Tomorrow I'll be heading to a family friend's house, and they're an international couple. Interesting enough. It's very interesting. It's like a mix. French Chinese. 我会去旅游。你可以帮我。Where's 可以 ？Hello？ 可以帮我照顾我的狗吗？You watch the Macy's parade and eat? We are boring? That sounds delightful. Here's a personal challenge. As someone who has a personal interest in movies, how do you make it not boring? How do you make watching the Macy's parade and eat not boring? I can think of a few, but I think that sounds really chill. Pretty chill. what I would here's a thought. How many people don't watch the Macy's parade? And then how do you make Macy's parade interesting? So like what I mean is, what do you think is at the Macy's parade? You could even make it into like a bet or something, like a figurative bet, right? Like, oh yeah, what kind of inflatables do you think will be at the Macy's parade this year? I have no idea, by the way. I'm very out of time when it comes to Macy's parade. So I have no idea what they do nowadays. Do YouTubers show up at a Macy's parade? I have no idea nowadays. So I'm so out of touch. So in that case, you know, now that you mentioned a Macy's parade, maybe I should look at a Macy's parade from last year. Because I have no idea what it looks like nowadays. Intriguing. I feel like I'm more excited about the Macy's parade than you are. There are so many things when time becomes interesting, in my opinion. Interesting again.
什么？
什么？什么？语言的语法。
最难。
Yes, 最难。They have like the floats, yeah, the car float things, and some marching bands are asked to perform. Oh, so there's not even balloons in the Macy's parade. I so out of touch. You just watch for the bands and go back to reading. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Are you in a marching band by any chance? Are you in any sort of... You said a band nerd, so I'm guessing you're also in the school's band of some sort? I was an orchestra person. I played the violin. I was a violinist. An amateur violinist at best. You're section leader. Oh, okay. Dang. Impressive. I was not section leader. I was not first chair of anything. If anything, I was like third row. Could not be too many excellent violinists in my school, I suppose.
住在
他在中国
住
路过
能
说流利的中文show wrong one 们去受死
他还没有回家，我着急死了。
他还没有回家我脚趾
他还没有回家，我着急死了。
我着急死了。
请问我们可以在哪里换钱？
请问我们 So what do you do for fun? Ugh, it sounds like you got a lot of things going on. So what do you typically do as I guess read? I know reading. What do you do to relax? You've been coding for over 5 years and still studying code. Oh, okay. What type of coding do you do? I only have I myself have a background in Python, and that's it.
请问我们可以在哪里换钱？
请问
请问
我们在哪里？可以换钱？
换钱？请问我们可以在哪里换钱？
在哪里？哦，
可以。
喂，
请问我们可以在哪里换钱？
我们可以在哪里换钱？
我今天生病了，一个人在家很闷。
他在家很闷。我今天生病了，一个人在家很闷很闷。I'm sick. It is boring, or being home alone is boring. I'm alone at home bored. Oh, I'm sick today. I'm alone at home. I'm bored. I'm home alone. I'm alone at home bored. I'm bored alone at home. I guess that's okay, right? I'm bored at home alone. Wait, I'm sick today. I'm bored at home alone. Oh. Okay. You do HTML and Python with Pygame. Yeah, but I want to learn C++ because now like everything is C++. That's understandable. Yeah, that's understandable about the C++ thing. Yeah, I actually when I took a Python course, this was much later in life, in graduate school. When I took a Python course, one of the final projects, we had a choice, and I actually made I actually used Pygame to make a Scorched Earth, an iteration like a Python version of Scorched Earth, and that was the project. So it was pretty fun figuring out how to work Pygame. Not the greatest of platforms for game making, but Pygame was interesting.
他喜欢在喝酒后抽烟。
It was only 1 year, and then the rest was using it for like practical scripting, like data scripting.
他喜欢在喝酒后抽烟。
他喜欢。
他喜欢喝酒后。
Oh no.
抽烟。
That's gonna be
在
so random.
他喜欢在喝酒后抽烟。
在喝酒后抽烟。
我觉得中文的语法不太难。
我觉得中文的语法不太难。太难。
你知道有什么好的应用吗？
你知道呢？你知道什么？你知道？你知道呀？
你知道有什么好的应用吗？有
什么好的应用
吗
？OK。你知道有什么好的应用吗？Do you know of any good apps? All right, 15 minutes in a dream. Let's see how many things we got. That's a lot. Oh, we're gonna be in trouble today. Is it 12? Okay.
公斤
You were thinking I like teaching and was maybe going to tech comp sci and cybersecurity. Okay, like major comp sci with a minor in cybersecurity and maybe teach it. Teacher. I'm a little biased, just a little bit. 公斤
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 That's an admirable. That's a very admirable pursuit.
公斤
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 Intriguing. Cybersecurity. That's definitely a future skill.
着急
交集。交集。
着急
Intriguing.
着急
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 着急着急着急
着急
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 Oh. Okay.
公
公斤
We are
公斤
definitely
公斤
公斤
not gonna
公
get
斤
to a substantial amount of the
公斤
characters
公斤
in the next 15 minutes. Dang.
死了
19. Oh no. Oh, enhancer word used to indicate severity. Interesting. Oh. Huh.
死
In Florida, we have a website called CPOMS where the teacher gets the units the course must teach and was looking at teaching cybersecurity principles, comp sci foundations in the Cambridge program. Oh, AS comp sci. Interesting. I mean, that is
死
definitely a way to go about it.
死
Educators
死
educators, especially those who are passionate about education. It's quite a unreciprocated
死了
profession, if I would say.
死
By that I mean it's quite a
死
disproportionately unrewarding pursuit, and so in a way it's very admirable, in my opinion, personally.
着急
It's a thankless position a lot of times, or disproportionately thankless.
着急
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 And I admire people who
着急
continue or still
着急
pursue such a path. Personally,
着急
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 maybe even more so than a lot of others, a lot of other professions.
照顾
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 Okay, no, that's fine. Interesting.
照顾
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 Good.
照顾
照顾
照顾照顾照顾
照顾
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 Just so far to the left.
照顾
You're so close. Okay.
公
公斤
公斤
公斤，
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 公斤。
死了，死了，
死
死
You don't really care about money right now, and you're working on a project for a language app, but like you are able to have calls with real native speakers. Okay. Apparently you have to be able to set up everything you would need in the app. I just gotta make it now, but it'll take years solo. I can see that.
死了
So are you familiar with your
死了，
competitors' design by
死了
what you're describing? Because there are quite a lot of
死
them.
了，
And there's really one prominent one, actually. Although you could be tapping into a different type of in pre-selection.
着急，
Not really caring about money. I can kind of see that too. However, I think for myself, it would be a little bit naive to not care about lots of things, right? Like what I mean is it's not particularly pragmatic to not care about money, but not necessarily. I think I know what you mean by you don't really care about money, like you're not moved or motivated by it, but not knowing how money works would be a logical fallacy for someone who's interested in working on projects, especially in the computer sciences or in app design in general. Keeping in mind how money works and caring about money is a part of the skill set required to be sustainable in computer sciences. In most things, I would say it's not necessarily an option when it comes to professionalism.
着急
着急，
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 着急，着急，着急，
着急
着急
着急。
Oops. Uh,
照顾，
照顾
照顾。
Like I'll share an anecdote myself, right? In order for me to have like some sort of presence or an influence that allows me to choose my goal, for example, teaching, for example, if your goal is teaching, if you don't care about money, then it can really stymie one's impact or ability to do the teaching in the first place. So being exclusively indifferent to an aspect of a career is rather naive. A lot of the current market is struggling on the output of the language, especially towards people who don't know anyone that can help them. I can kind of see that. I think that's a little bit of an overgeneralization. The main motive behind it is to offer free, I'm shooting high way to connect with real native speakers. I think you have competition already. And I personally, I think even for myself who haven't used these services, they exist already. However, you're suggesting that there isn't one, but I don't think the current market is struggling in the sense of that. However, maybe your vision is something you haven't found yourself to meet your quality and your standards. However, like I can think of a couple services that you could say they're not free, so offering a free is, yes, is shooting high. However, trying to make it accessible and sustainable in order for you to achieve that motive in the first place will require an understanding of how money works. Right? Things that are offered free are still propped up by understanding how money works. Cue the classical economic proverb, there's no such thing as free. Unless, I mean, I don't know if I'm speaking to a billionaire or something who's like able to prop up the service and still be able to achieve their main motives, right? A free service not propped up by monetary support is a service that is often forgotten and buried. And it leads back to the current market, your at least your perspective on the current market struggling on the output of the language. It is in fact also a money issue, in my opinion, personally.
照顾
照顾
I'm not saying it's exclusive. I think that what I meant is a more accessible way to reach these services. Yes, there are very accessible ways to reach these services, and it would be very arrogant to say that you're the only one that is able to create that thing. There are actual services that do this, where you connect with quote-unquote real native speakers. And I think the output of the language is also very generalized to the idea that connecting with real native speakers is the thing that could create output of the language. Actually, I would argue that connecting to real native speakers is actually becoming an impediment, a barrier to the output of a language. So like the psychological tension that comes with shooting for a gold standard, like interacting with real native speakers, might actually reduce the motivations of people wanting to output a target language. That is also a very distinct possibility. And I would like to argue that it is far more distressing to connect with real native speakers from my anecdotal experience with other people than connecting with other language learners. So when viewing the scape of outputting a language, one has to consider all of these factors, right? Are you targeting people who are only interested or greatly interested in connecting with real native speakers? And what are the obstacles that must be overcome to connect with real native speakers? Being free is not necessarily sufficient. And when you say, current market is struggling, I think understanding where that struggle comes from is probably pertinent. And it does have to do with money, I would say. So making it free is very appropriate. How accessible it is will be dependent on money, not the cost of the person, but the cost of the developer, which is you.
照顾
And you would need resources for outreach and whatnot. So you would need to end up hiring people and whatnot, unless you're willing to do it yourself, which would require it to reach a standard that supersedes all your current market, which I'm not sure if you're familiar with your current market, because you made a statement that would make me suggest that you haven't used any of those services yet before you plan on making it. Like services like italki, for example.
照顾
Or the general landscape of Discord.
照顾
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 More competition is good though. It's still like, what I mean is there are a lot of things going on, and I really hope that more services make the output of language more accessible. She
腿
twei, whoops. I just thought in Japanese there. Twei.
腿
S. What are you?
Jiao.
Jiao. Oh. Did not remember Jiao. Although, is jiao close? No, it's not. It's kind of close to ashi. Jiao. Interesting. Tai. Interesting. Jiao and Tui is... Nah, it's not that close. Tui. Oh, Tui is like ashi, which they ended up generalizing. Okay, so these are the same. Okay.
Shou.
Oh, alright.
Tui.
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 This is Lan? No.
Lian.
Oh, it's Lian. Lian, Tui.
Tui.
Oh.
Si.
Tou. And oh, Lan, oh,
Lan.
as in Lan, as in basket.
Si.
Right.
Tui.
Kuai.
Kuai. Si.
Kou.
Shou.
You talk about Discord main compatibilities. I actually have a Discord server that I haven't opened yet to the public, but it's kind of like a test for the actual app. Oh, okay. With this test, you'll be able to get input from the community on what it's changed for the app and more ways to separate it. That sounds like a very standard practice. Yep. Sounds good. Great place to start. Yeah. Very reasonable. I wasn't specifically talking about from a developer standpoint. When you said your target is people who connect with native speakers, I'm talking about Discord as a platform to connect with native speakers. So we're talking about your competition, right? You made a statement about the current market in struggling on the output of language, and that has something to do with connecting people with real native speakers. I think Discord would be the current facsimile, the model that has seen some trends, and understanding how that trend works is part of the app design, right? Other people can most definitely come to your app through the Discord and communicate with you about feedback. I would say that's probably the bare minimum that is acceptable for app development nowadays. That would include video games, among other things, right? You don't think your target would be specific or native speaker, or maybe people who are able to get C1 or C2 on the CFR test? Okay, then we're not talking about... So using words like real native speakers is a little bit deceptive then. And again, I actually kind of disagree with your opinion on having the requirements of connecting people with native speakers as a form of motivation for language output. However, that sounds fine. That increases the pool quite a bit who have C1, C2, I suppose. And it sounds like you're using C1, C2, so it would be a very particular subset of languages, right? As opposed to the languages I happen to be learning. That would largely exclude those because your focus would be fairly narrow at that point. It's a tough situation. I wanted to mention all these is because when there are so many people, it's not like people aren't trying. So struggling means that people are trying, right? You can visibly see people are trying. So hopefully mentioning a lot of the other things demonstrates how it's not trivial to generalize people's struggles with doing a specific thing. Especially considering that one is tackling this alone, right?
腿腿
死
死
腿
腿
子
I am more than comfortable in being proven incorrect with righteous indignation and persistence. I more than bow to the person who has the tenacity to demonstrate that one has all the knowledge in one's person to challenge and redefine a problem, a very, very large, age-old problem that has happened through the lens of something that is very much based on conventional knowledge.
脸
So I feel like the whole commentary right now is still with the solution to a problem that is being suggested is a solution that has been focused on for a while. And because the struggles do not change, the struggles have not changed with this conventional knowledge, I don't necessarily think redoubling that on those concepts would increase the success rate. I don't want to have a tiny pool just because of native speakers, but like a background check would be done on the app's experts to make sure that they are at a certain level, not like A1. That's fine. That sounds reasonable. That's planning things that that's fair. Like, hopefully that happens. So who's doing it, right? So you don't care about money, right? And you're focused on the programming and you're gonna get feedback, but you also have a lot of things that require other people's. This is like probably thinking too far down the line. I think I don't want to be too pedantic or aggressive about this, but generally speaking, the thing I was trying to tackle is the early ideas for the conception of the apps. I think background checking and that type of thing requires a whole different sphere of understanding that comes way later. I always got told I'm too optimistic. Yeah, probably. That's incredibly. I would say, the word I would use for myself is too ambitious, as opposed to optimistic. Optimistic will require that the person understands the outcomes. I don't think you give me the impression that you understand the outcomes, the potential outcomes of something. Like, have you considered the idea that people are more likely to output a language when they're not interacting with someone who's superior to them? Because in certain language fields, the output of the language goes down because there's a hierarchy. So there are platforms that connect people of similar levels to each other, as opposed to a teacher-instructor situation. Italki is a paid service that connects instructors with interested target language, and it's a very successful platform. It is paid though, so if you're trying to create that type of environment without being paid, I don't know how you're going to pay for vetting process and collective recruitment for the service. Another example of this doesn't really necessarily have to do with language learning. It's a service called BetterHelp, which they connect and attempt to vet now, due to backlash, vet experts in mental health services. And they're the middleman, which is the app service that connects the person who requires mental health services and potentially appropriate expert. Now, the clients get to use their selective judgment and algorithm based on their own preference to connect them with necessary experts. And that turned out to be incredibly inconsistent, largely due to the nature that the client may not understand what they need to create the output that they want by interacting with a expected expert. So one of the things about doing middleman connections is that psychologically you would have to pre-select for a target audience that actually understands and are competent in why their output of their language is low. And from your demonstration of your conversation, I don't necessarily have the vote of confidence, even from my cursory understanding of language learning, that one may understand why output of a language is low when someone is learning a target language. And I don't necessarily think putting it, having experts available to them is what's creating the low output in the language. It is involved in it, though. I would say it plays a role in it. Investing all your money into, or the money that you might or may not have, into vetting experts, understanding that the outcome might not be sufficient to promote language output, may ultimately end up being something that can be seen as too optimistic. There are really big services, especially even paid services, people willing to pay to vet experts and whatnot, that failed to address language output with all the adequate experts out there and native speakers out there. So I start to wonder if that might be there might be a different approach to this. I would say I have not personally, this is me, anecdotal, so I have a limited experience. I was not given a strong impression that someone has convinced me otherwise, that having accessibility to experts and native speakers have increased the natural output of people who are engaging in a target language. I actually find that it's psychologically anxious. It increases social anxiety and reduces the frequency and consistency of people outputting a language. Nowadays, I would say there's a selective bias towards applications that are not great at instructing, however exceptional at engaging. So their outputs go up, however their competence does not go up as quickly. So like for example, Duolingo, their output actually goes up and their frequency of input goes up, but their competence, the way they're gathering competence and stuff, did not go up as fast, because at the sacrifice of experts and competence, engagement is increased. So increasing language output, in my opinion, is probably more to do less with the accessibility of experts, but more to do with the engagement prospects of the product. And in app design, that's kind of one of the standards that are rolling around, understanding the app market, right? So when designing apps, one must consider who you're competing with, right? Are people going to use your app in the first place? Well, connecting with native speakers is probably one of the fundamental psychological barriers for target language learners, especially secondary language learners. I think there's a vast comfort zone involved in associating and communicating with people who can successfully identify themselves on their proficiency and being matched with someone of a similar level. So like if the A1 interacts with an A1 and you create, this is brainstorming. I don't think this is the solution, like a perfect solution or anything like that. An alternative perspective would be something like giving the person using their native language the ability to measure, to see if they have the capacity to measure their own competence in the target language, and then creating a platform that will connect the person's self-assessment, an accurate self-assessment, right? You need to vet that in some way, in which they connect with someone else who also shares a similar profile, kind of like a matchmaking service, right? and that matchmaking service may promote increased language output. It doesn't have to be fast competency learning. However, it can be consistent engagement learning. I found, in my opinion, personally, that it is incredibly inconsistent and off-putting when one person is far more competent than the other person, and you're not paying that person to do something. So not only does the person who is more confident not be obligated to help the one that is incompetent, there is a rift, an emotional rift, a disconnect between instructor and like learner, right? Without the structure of payments or obligation, generally speaking, those people fall out. They do not consistently meet together, and they typically, on a long landscape, prefer not to interact with each other anymore. My experience is over the years or over the months, like 7 to 8 months, I've met incredibly competent, considerate, and intellectually competent people who have an experience in like Japanese and Chinese. However, meeting and speaking consistently is marred by the distance in competence between the people. So without an additional obligation of service, those people will not stay consistent. So the output of the language would go down most of the time. It can end up discouraging further exploration of language. So that's going to be the tough situation. How this was circumvented by like Duolingo and like Anki and like the Wanikani community is that they use a form of metric that makes everyone relatable to each other. And then it shows transparency in which they can gather together because there's a pseudo reliable metric that allows people to gather together based on that, as opposed to segregating based on their competence. So Duolingo users like to talk to other Duolingo users because they share a metric in common. And if they're similar in metrics, they are allowed to resonate and grow together. That created consistency. Wanikani does the same with like some sort of structure and score system and streak system. Video games do that a lot too. Creating a platform that is free where there's a more important people and less important people have often been a lot more disengaging in the current landscape of app design. With all of that said, I like being a teacher, and I bring myself to the level of relatability when I'm in a classroom, and that can be possible with experts. How you select for those type of experts? Perhaps not. I don't know if I'll go through with it. It's just an idea. It actually stems from Duolingo removing the discussion tab. I think what you're saying helps address the lack of a discussion tab. I totally understand that. That is a really common factor in a lot of people's talk. Duolingo discussion, that type of thing, is held elsewhere. For the product itself, it has become incredibly deleterious. However, I don't necessarily think if this idea is stemmed from removing the discussion tab on Duolingo, I'm not entirely sure if you I don't get the impression that you understand why they removed the discussion tab and what the trade-offs and pros and cons of doing that. This was a very common discussion about the discussion tab being removed. It's a very tough decision, right? The discussion tab is a self-selection process. You can have bad actors and echo chambers, even more so, arguably, debatably, even more so, be deleterious than having a optimistic perception that people like to help each other. where experts voluntarily and altruistically help and peruse the discussion tab, right? And I kind of get what you mean by some people tell you that you're optimistic. I think generally speaking, in terms of discussion tabs nowadays, and threads, negative sentiments and opportunistic behavior, in my opinion, are far more frequent in incredibly popular apps. So the nature of removing the discussion tab early prior to an expansion of Duolingo is a very almost conservative action, in my opinion. It's a way to cut moderation costs, especially moderation cost. Having a platform that allows open discussions, that I would like to see. The closest thing I can think of is YouTube. And reading YouTube comment section makes me want to think that probably not going to happen, but we'll see in the future. So having a Discord per se is the kind of close to having a discussion tab, right? There's a lot of self-selection involved, but yeah, it would be cool. I haven't seen it yet, but italki is probably the service I'm thinking of. So the thing you're describing, I would say so far the most consistent one that comes up is probably italki. I haven't used it myself. I know of other people who use this service, and actually those are also the people who I found that I had the dissonance with, because a separation of competence makes it so that people don't want to talk to each other. Not in the way that you might be thinking. I think people don't talk to each other when your product emphasizes a dichotomy in a status gap. It's kind of like liking school. I really like school, by the way. Liking school, expecting that everyone is okay with treating someone as the authoritarian, which I guess I don't have to say much, but in this case right now, the authoritarian model is very disfavored. To exchange the authoritarian model, lots of app design go to metrics using a meritocracy, a meritocratic approach where you have like streaks, right? Streaks, achievements, things that validate their merits in order to demonstrate who is more competent and who is not. How well they do this is a reflection of the app's success rate, or how well do they obscure it. That's also an ethical thing right now. Like, does having a longer streak in Duolingo correlate with being more competent? So ethical concerns come into play. So are there metrics? Having one unquestionably more qualified means that you would need a platform. One would need a platform that is sufficiently transparent, right? Sufficiently transparent to tell you, oh, these experts are experts. How do you do that? You have to explain all of that. In a school environment, it's the entire institution of the school that has that prestigiousness, right? That long-standing thing. And it's tough. I think it's super tough. And I hope someone creates that in the future. I really do like talking to people who have more experience than I do. And free, for that matter. That's incredible if you're able to do that. Free of charge. I don't know how they're going to pay themselves. That's probably one of the biggest question, right? It's really great to be resourceless, like resourceless when it comes to operating. However, it's it almost seems it's almost borderline unrealistic. Grain of salt. I do not design any apps. I have not sold any apps. My sole responsibility for my words are, I like to see people step up to the challenge. So if none of the things I say discourages anyone, I like to be incorrect, right? I've seen many beautiful things created in my lifetime, like the internet. So definitely do not feel like I'm trying to be discouraging, although it can sound a little discouraging. I know how I sound just now. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool. I think Duolingo removing the discussion tab sparked a lot of fires. I have yet to see a platform that allows open discussion on their platform itself. Yeah. I think it would be better if maybe the user choose between talking to people at a light level or an expert. Yeah. Yeah, choice is great. So here's now you have two choices, right? So now you have two choices. And I think what's upstream of the two choices is being able, so before you're able to do experts and finding like levels, one requires a metric system, a system of measure that allows the user to know how to match, right? So before one can even consider matching experts or like levels, what kind of metric system are you going to use to match them with? This methodology will be the core of a matching system. And so far, italki, for example, using italki, its onerous is on the user, and the user views a marketplace. And the marketplace is on the onerous is on the seller, the service provider. And their measurement, their responsibility is based on their rating system. So it's customer satisfaction. So the responsibility is entirely left to the user and the seller of the service. So vetting is more like moderating. So the rating system is probably going to help them groom and moderate services. So it's kind of self-correcting. And the user's satisfaction is going to reflect on how italki gets business, right? So if the user has a dissatisfactory service, it's up to italki to encourage them, like, oh, maybe however you're measuring your own competence is not accurate. Maybe try someone else. So they would have to come up with a system in which they would move the person towards something that they don't know themselves, right? When someone gives all the choices to the user, then you have no experts, in my opinion. So for example, if all the agency is given to the users, then one has to design a system in which that agency is not misled out of ignorance, right? So for example, how do I know I'm JOPT5? N5 in Japanese, or like in Chinese, how do I know if I'm HSK3, right? How do I know? If I don't, or I think I know, and I choose one of these services, if I have a poor customer satisfaction, I would leave a terrible reputation on the app, and the experts themselves would go find a different platform that allows your platform, a better platform, to match the services. So having a place to connect people has to be consistent. And before you go into understanding where you're going to hire the experts, where are you going to, one has to have customers or people willing to use your app, and that part has to be consistent, right? So for example, italki has to moderate all these. Like if there are people who are running scams, like for example scams in your platform, then you have to remove them, and that's part of the developer's job, right? Or the developers, all the people involved, and one will have to do that single-handedly if you must. It's super tough. I have no idea how people juggle those things. That's crazy to think about. More choice also probably means more moderation. You got to think about moderation. I would say the vast majority, not the vast majority. I'm going to say if you take a coin flip, it's greater than 50% that someone overestimates their competence. The remaining people, there's a chance that you might find people who have imposter syndrome, or like over insecurities and whatnot. But I would like to think that someone who makes an app where the agency is with them, right? If you're selecting for people who think they know everything about themselves, and they choose the most flexible one, and there's a habit of overestimating their capacities. So when they overestimate, their expectations are high expectations, which leads often to mediocre results. They tend to review worse. I'm using an anecdote from video games, actually. This is more like a video game thing at the moment. There's one thing to be a free app, though. When the service is free, there is often a leeway, so to speak, a leeway in psychology that gives you like a softer score. However, free also is synonymous with subpar. Right? There's an intrinsic expectation of lowering quality when you say free. For example, Duolingo is free. What do you get as a perception? What do you get as a perception of Duolingo as a service compared to Wanikani? And then you think, oh wait, but Anki is a free service, right? Anki has very similar criticisms. So now you're thinking about connecting people. So what are the type of people that would be on board to offer their services for free? It's gonna be a tough sell. So italki does not have free services. They have paid people. It obligates the person to offer a service, or else their reputation and their business is on the line. A service that's free has no liabilities, for the satisfaction, and the users have no risk. So you are more likely to get individuals who have no risk, and you probably end up getting most of the flack as a developer, which is very admirable, also incredibly difficult. That's a good place to yeah, let me I'm very genuinely curious about how the Duolingo CEO would answer those ideas of yours. Possibly interviewing with someone who like makes Wanikani or makes a language app, like taking some interview questions and getting some insight into what it takes to maintain that stuff might shed some light on some of this stuff. I'm personally not interested in this stuff, but the glaring questions still exist as a user, since I'm a language learner user of apps. My expectations are I would personally have problems thinking that I go to an app to meet and connect with people, and I find that it's a bunch of experts who are dictating the conversation. Language output feels to me personally more of a natural exchange. So, okay, I get the choice of talking to people at a like level. How is that any different from any other app? Probably not that different. So then we go back to the age-old question. You're trying to develop an app that addresses the struggling output of a language, right? Of target language. I do not see a distinction at the moment between the struggling person and the person who feels that they're going to end the struggle of language output. I like to be wrong about this. So hopefully someone comes out and say, nah, it's possible. Give me 5 years or 10 years and we'll see it happen. Yeah, I genuinely have a very, very hard time believing that connecting experts with self-studiers or people who are voluntarily learning a language would increase language output. Not in the current moment. All right, let's do our mnemonic. Let's do our arrangements of this before the day's over. 1:30 a.m. So useful phrases. That doesn't help, does it? Yeah. My thoughts. I think if you can answer all those questions, Bug, if you can answer all those questions, I would buy into your product. Like, what I mean is, if you're in an interview and you're like, oh no, okay, well, we can do this, and then this will balance that out, I would be, you win me over. I mean, I feel like I'm an incredibly vigorous opponent. Like, someone who I'm a person, I guess, I'm a person who grew up with a peer review system. So in order to publish something, you basically get tear down all the time, right? So being comfortable in answering all these questions, yeah, you're gonna get winners. You're gonna get investors, right? I think investors are quite legitimately incredibly harsh critics, and I would love to speak of your name in 10 years time or something. It takes bright minds and long, ambitious optimism that I don't have myself to make those things a reality. So I don't think it's wrong or like incorrect way of thinking to be optimistic. I think in some way that optimism and that ambition is what leads to great innovations in human history. And I'm the opponent. I'm the person who is more realistic. So convincing me and the others and lots of other people, that's a recipe for gold, right? If you can convince your harshest critics. Pretty interesting. And I definitely see that you're into language learning. Which is what we're here for, right? Let's see. Let's arrange. How do we arrange this? This is gonna be. I'm gonna be doing this over Thanksgiving. Okay, let's organize just this. Right? Just this part. We have Jing. Jing. Oh man. Gong Jing. That's a weight. Gong Jing. Gong Jing. That's just out there. What are you? Oh no. 饺子 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 sorry 饺子 饺子 worry. We're gonna put worry down here. Okay. 饺子 all right, here's 饺子 okay. oh no, this is 照顾
照顾
照顾 so 饺子照顾 we'll put this together. Different 饺 though. Jiao gu. Okay. So these two are okay. To be worried, one can take care of. And go to sleep? Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, Buck. Good luck, good luck. I look forward to hearing about your movie. Like, I would love to hear how it's coming along and stuff. Have a happy Thanksgiving. And I'm thankful for this discussion. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. And have a great holiday. Okay. Stream. Guess we can do worried. Right. Wait. 照顾 饺子 wait 饺子
着急
饺子 oh I keep saying 饺子 okay 饺子 we can use 死了 词词 Oh no. 词 and then I guess 词了
死了，
死了。诶 Don't know any of these anymore. 肚子肚子 Wait. The heck? Oh. No, that's fine. Yeah. 肚子 Sentence. Um. 词典词典
词典
词典 replace it with sentence 词典词典 Okay. Cough.
咳嗽
The soul. His soul. Soul. Maybe we branch off of worry and take care of. Yeah. The soul. Wait, it's not correct. Soul. Joke word. Oh no, that's not the correct either. It's could be better. Ugh. Okay, Casal. So cough.
抽烟
Oh yen. Oh yen. I guess yin has fire and person. Yeah, okay. So抽烟. Maybe I'm worth here too. So 抽烟 抽 抽烟 I think that's it's a person. Person. 抽烟 Alright, that's fine. Oh my gosh. Ching Chung Chung Dian. Oh no, wait. Wait, what the heck? What is this compared to this? Oh. Aioli. Okay. We're gonna throw it onto here, right? Lioli. Maybe before. Oh. Li. 哪个琉璃？哪个里？ Is it this Li? Yes. Li. Li. 琉璃 Yeah. 琉璃 Okay. Okay, this is Qing 电 充电 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 Oh my gosh
充电
充电 Oh 充着充几充几 or 充值
充值
充值充电 Okay. It's gonna be another put up here. No idea where that's gonna go right now. 充值 Probably. Actually, yes, it is. Oh no, that's 4. It's probably 4. Like in Zheng kind of deal. 充值 and 充电 Okay.
充值
充值充电 This is how inside 内 Oh 国内国内 How where am I gonna Okay, travel related things, right? So 国 That's not 国 doing国内 I think that's 内
国内
国内 Oh, it's 内 not 内国内 And then There's also where's Guo? Oh, you got to be kidding me. Not included. Hello? Guo. Nay. Then Guo. This is it, right? No, I don't think that's it. Holy, oh no. 你写错流利的流啊。Okay, 流利。Where is 流利? Oh, that's true. Thanks. 谢谢. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's a lot. Let's see. So, oh, it's T. Again, they threw in Duolingo, Duolingo as well. You know what? That is a good way to remember it, though. So we're doing like plus Duolingo and 国内 and 国际. Is G on here? D. I don't see it anywhere. So I do a plus. Plus G. We'll deal with that. So plus G. Which G was it? Okay. Oh. A weird one. Manual. Manual. National roaming. Manual. Okay. So we pivot. Manual. Okay. Mon here. There's yo. No mon. Right. Ooh. Okay. So we need another branch. or like transactions and Ying Han. Where do we place? I don't know where we place this. This is probably the most difficult arrangement yet. Ying Han. Place it over here. I think a bank is kind of important as an extension of going abroad. Ying Han. On. Okay. Odu, what are you doing here? Oh. Oh no. Oh. Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao. We have a problem. We have a problem, Houston. Qi Xiao. Where's Xiao? Is Xiao even... I think Xiao... Oh no, it's here. Qi Xiao. Cancel. Cancel something. Let's stick with... Let's go here. Qi Xiao. I don't know. And this is Dao Yo. Sorry, I had to cough. Dao Yo. Still branching off of traveling. Dao Yo. Dao Yo. So this Yo. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Oh. Dao Yo. Okay, and then now we have health stuff, so let's throw it onto here, right? So Pang. Oh, you know? And then we can throw Gong Jing here. So Pang. Say, where is... Do I see it anywhere here? No. But it is here. I know it's here. it's 小小 or 小 I gotta look this up. And le 对小 is it 小 no it's not 小 球 秀 oh it's 秀 shoot give me a sample please.
Show.
That's really loud. Yeah, show. So show is not listed here, right? There's no show. No. They skipped it. See it. Okay. So show and tongue opposites. So do that.
胖了
Right. Tongue. And here we're gonna pivot to 东京 so gross looking. 东京下堕 Hold up. 回单 Oh wait. Oh my no, they're not together. Just kidding. Wait, what? 回家 回答 回答 No 回答 okay. I'm gonna place 回答 with these guys. So, 回答是什么 There's not a big giveaway on 答 So 回答 we'll place like 问题 in here. Right. They kind of look like each other. Done. What are we using done? Oh yeah, 简单 简单 okay. 简单 what did I saw? I saw this. I don't. Oh, it's on top. So like 键 it's a modified 键 okay. I think I can remember that. 简单 okay. 简单 What does 下很多 I don't know 下载 Save me 下载
下载
Yeah, die. Oh, wrong tone. Yeah, yeah, die. Can't even see it. There's Oh, I see it. Okay. Yeah, die. Yeah, die. Download. Okay, so we're gonna go off of Duo, right? Duolingo, right? We're gonna go off of Duolingo and yeah, die. Yeah. Die would look like yeah, die. And then Duo is this part of Duolingo. Okay, fair enough. Duolingo. And then there's app. Here it is. Ying Yong. So Ying Yong. Go to Ying Yong. Ying Yong. Ying Yong. Ying Yong. Ying Yong. Oh, Yifa. Okay, Yifa is here. I'm gonna throw it in here. Yifa. No. Yifa. Or no, Yifa. Yifa.
语法
Okay. Yifa. Oh, but then it can go. Oh, so we can use Duolingo. Go through here, over here, and then the other ones are all over the place so far. There's a health section here, and then there's traveling somehow here. And then we have, what is this? Phone? Oh, we can attach to Duolingo before the phone. Okay. I got this, I think. I just realized I think I'm writing off screen now. Okay. So okay. Going here, Yifa. Yifa. Yi. These characters are not as bad because we already know the characters. T. Huang? It's probably Huang Ti. And we don't have Huang Ti. Oh, Zhuang. Oh no, it's Zhuang. Oh yeah, it's Zhuang.
转机
Zhuang Ji. Zhuang Ji. And Zhuang in general. Zhuang in general. Zhuang Ji. I can't really make out what the heck. Well, let's. Wait. Oh. Strong, not strong. Oh, that's actually really interesting. Huh. Okay. that actually one stroke? No way that's one stroke. I mean, it kind of looks like it. Huh. Okay. Oh, wrong key. Change or transfer. This unit is so difficult. Okay. So it looked like this. Right. 装逼 装逼 Okay.
转机
转机转机 Okay. Oh, exchange. This one. No. This one. On what was this? 银行银行银行 Oh, is this one stroke? No, I don't think so. Oh no, it might be. 钱钱 换钱
换钱
换钱 Oh, wait. Yeah, 换钱换钱 Counter. Thai. Or, yeah, Thai. Thai? Thai. Something Thai. Dan Thai. There's no way it's Dan. Oh my goodness, there's another missing one. Thai.
柜台
柜台 柜台 was linked with 转机柜台 I think 柜台 I actually how do you write this? Oh no some guidance here. Sure. Interesting. Okay. Excuse me. So 柜台 got this. What the heck was duh? Oh, 这边 sure, I guess 这边这边 Oh no. Struggling so hard.词典Send help. I should have been paying attention today. 词典这个词典这本 right 这本词典有没 yeah like 有没有 probably the here 有没有 is there or not yeah 有没有 maybe these things 有没有定方 okay I guess that deals with traveling too alright sure wait 订房 or 订方 wait 订房
订房
订房 oh yeah we can do this oh my goodness is that 话 so 电话 probably my 电话 so we're linking here oh and 电话卡 oh my goodness 卡是什么 it was no wait son of a bee sting okay so how do I do this right I guess we start with 电话 and 电话卡电话卡for this side 的电话充着 and 充电 and 充电 that's fine then we go over here and do 下下 something 下载
下载
so 下载下载应用下载应用下载应用多邻国 then 多邻国 with 卡 like 电话卡 we have 国 okay, so we can branch ka off to here. Get the 国内国内国内 right?
国内
国内国内国内国际国内国际 and 国际漫游国际漫游 and 游 so now we're thinking about traveling. What is it? 岛 or 导游 导游 yeah 导游叮房叮放 send help. Oh, okay. 订房 okay, fair enough. 订房 okay. G. Look for G. Where's G? 床机床机
转机
转机 oops oh yeah. I was using 转机转机oof 转机 something 台柜台转机柜台机柜台 know what this is either. Just so many.取消 maybe we throw these two into 取消 What the oh yeah 取消 Okay, and we have 银 银行 or 银行 Oh 银行 oh no okay 银行银行有没有银行 right 银行 换换钱换钱 and somehow these are unrelated. Maybe we bounce off of Duolingo into this. How do I organize? Okay, 语Duolingo 语法语法回回答回答回答问题简单no where's done? Yeah.
简单
简单 dang it, wrong tone. I was thinking maybe one. 简单 okay, 简单 or I guess none would be the other. I'll write them later. I have 2 days. I have Thanksgiving to think about all this. Good thing, because we're struggling. Okay, 简单 something Lee. That help? Lee. 流利 okay 流利珠子点 something 点字典
词典
词典 not for those for 词典 okay 词典 and we have the last stuff. I keep wanting to say cha, but cha. 早子
着急
着急 keep saying 这 stop saying 这着急so 着急着急照顾辞了辞了洗了 no 洗了 where's this oh yeah, now I have to check this. Where is it?
死了
oh yeah, it is 死 yeah, that's fine. 死了可 something. Yeah, we have to go over these. I need to go over.
咳嗽
Nope, that doesn't help. So I'm not sure if I have any other souls. I think this is the first soul. There might be one other soul. 咳嗽 the soul. Yin, something yin. 九yin. No,
抽烟。
抽烟。抽烟。胖。熟了。熟 right? Can I get a show over here?
瘦了。
瘦了。Oh no. 胖跟瘦儿。Show is 4. 瘦了。And then 公斤 right? 公斤。all right. So what? Then this is group 3 and this is group 4. Okay, one last time, right? And we're calling it. I'm so strapped for stamina. So 电话卡电话充着充电电话电话Duolingo or 电话 into 下载这个下载下载应用Duolingo电话卡国内国际漫游导游病房 No. There are definitely some weaknesses here. I want to say转机 right 转机转机柜台转机柜台收吸收 no 吸收out 取消取消 So these are tough. 国内国际漫游导游 have to check all of these. Where's that guo? So 国际国内国际漫游 right 导游 where's your one 导游
导游
导游漫游漫游导游订房 yeah 订房转机 yeah 转机 where's it 转机oops 转机
转机
yeah 转机柜台why is it 小取消取消 I don't remember the tone 取消取消银行right 银行银行有没有银行换钱There's stuff that I'm worried about. Okay. So, 流利子弹 something 子柱子 Oh, did I write this incorrectly? I did too. 子 is written incorrectly. Fine. It's not fine. But now it's fine. 子 Oh, wait. Just kidding. Wrong character. That is incorrect. It's this one. Oh, 词 incorrectly. Okay. It's done. No, 词档词典词典 and 句 right 句子橘子 no 句子句子起胆no 起胆起点回答简单早早起早起早起早起照顾照顾起起了what help me咳嗽 oh yeah 手咳嗽this is 抽烟笑 okay I think that's enough. Don't worry, I'll get this down in 2 days. Alright, that's a wrap for today. We did like a digression on app design. It's kind of interesting. I look forward to seeing the innovations in the future on like language learning, app design. Been perusing around for apps and whatnot. It's interesting. I think it's incredibly ambitious, and for people who are taking up app design for language learning. In the video game space, it's also incredibly daunting at the moment, right? The target audience, they're really, it's so diminishing in return, right? So far, I think in terms of an app design, Wagotabi is something very interesting. It's a mobile video game, right? It's in the guise of a video game, and there's Shashinko. Even hearing from what the developers talk about constantly inculcating, it's a tough place. I think the struggle is real and it's tough, right? And finding a interesting balance and a working solution that enhances language learning, it's incredibly ambitious. And I hope my concerns are going to be a thing of the past moving in the future. Obviously, in the long run, it won't necessarily be relevant to me anymore by that time it happens. I mean, these things are, I'm talking about like 5 to 7 year projects, right? I'll be a very, very old man by then. No, not that old. But it will be very different. I will have different problems or different demands, or maybe not even in the space of language learning anymore by then. So all the current concerns, I think they exist. Trivializing something that millions of people work on or even have millions of feedback, it's kind of like saying, am I that special? And I'm not one to pick up that optimism most of the time. So it would be interesting to see what becomes of everyone else's project. I love to get to know and be involved in someone like, oh yeah, I remember talking to this guy once back in the day, and sure enough, I am more than comfortable in admitting that, oh, they totally knocked it out of the park. And that would be great, right? Because then in the future, it'd be like, oh, how did you learn this? Whoa, boy, do I have a service for you, that kind of thing. And I could be one that would be interested in supporting such initiatives, right? Obviously, I don't have any influence or anything like that, and it might not even change in the future. But it would be great to be involved in like the beginning things. Like, oh, one day I crossed paths with this amazing person who's basically changed the landscape of how language learning app goes. And all the best to the ambitious youth out there to innovate. I'm effectively now like a cynical middle-aged man, right? So with lots of concerns. However, I am not a stranger to investing capital in things, especially things that would answer my concerns, right? It's kind of how I refractorily invest in other people, here and forever, right? So with that said, it's a great segue to the end. Thank you for all the people who hang around, chill, do your own experiments, determine your own type of opinions and observations, and then go on to share and inspire others. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, right? Thank you. It's only made possible because I'm in a privileged position, and I always welcome the extra interaction. Here, there, wherever it may be, know that I am incredibly invested in our discussions. So, you push, I push, we tug around, we exchange, and maybe never speak to each other again. But one thing I can earnestly say is I love to see some of the people who I cross paths with become incredibly famous, or successful people who go on to show people that language learning is incredibly exciting, or whatever they're doing that's exciting, right? And until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, get the things you need to do done, and keep on working and maximizing the things you want to do, right? 下次见，拜拜。